Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil. Joining me are my awesome co-hosts, the excitable Judgmental Critter.
I'm here with some weird internet problems, so hopefully nothing goes weird on my end.
Hopefully.
The ever vitrolic, young Kaiser.
Over the top vitriolic, thank you very much. And I hope you guys enjoy the show tonight.
And the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Today has just been a day full of scuff. I got into the call late, and then it turns out that frickin' Watch Together has changed how you the share button. I don't know where it is in this new layout, so I am looking for it. Oh, there's
Just join my room.
Found it.
Oh.
I found it. Okay,
So-
God.
You found it.
Everything is
Twilight,
over on the
your
left.
link.
Everything is
Twilight,
on
your
the
link
left.
doesn't work either.
What? How? That's rude. I've had this thing for years. I had like a dedicated sign in and everything. Watch Together. Why did you betray me in this way?
The biggest betrayal. That is what this stream is about, people. The way that freaking Watch Together is fucking us right now. Oh, freaking Periodic Pete for $5. With this super chat money, you're now obligated by YouTube TOS to answer my question honestly. If it says that, just it says that, just trust me, bro. Are you lying to us?
I am. I've been lying this entire time. I'm actually much more Irish than I am Scottish. I'm sorry, everyone. I've been misleading you. My Celtic heritage comes from a different part of the islands.
You know what? I have something to confess too. I'm actually not a Reploid. I'm a net Navi.
I have to confess, I am in fact not a gremlin.
I have nothing to confess because I never lie to you. I am perfect.
What about that one time?
What one time, Raymond? Tell me about it.
I was waiting for the correct responses. We don't talk about that time. It's just immediate like denial every time.
But I told you I don't lie, so.
Allegedly.
Focus mode beta. But yeah, today has just been an interesting kickoff to our regular streaming format again. But you know, everything's working out so far. Nothing's exploded quite yet. Just well, maybe a power station or two over where Critter lives, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Well, Titan, seeing right through me is not like a big reveal because I never said that I was corporeal in the first place.
You're like the one guy in the chat. They said, I must confess, I'm just a ghost. Also, Vessi says, Twilight proving the DigiDestined never lie.
Yes.
But yeah, the second
Okay, DigiDestined in general, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the other DigiDestined have pulled some shit before.
Well, we've had to like do benevolent lying to our parents and be like, hey, yeah, we actually left for a bunch of months. It was only like 10 minutes to you guys, but it was like 10 months to us. Don't worry about it. Also, I have a monster pet now. Yeah, that'll our parents will totally just accept that and not send us to a psychiatrist.
You can't tell me one DigiDestined hasn't committed arson. Come on. I mean, if you're going by O2's logic, I guess are they technically DigiDestined, all the other children? No? Okay.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Okay, but if there is a DigiDestined that committed arson, it's probably Kari. I'm just saying it. Like, just look into her eyes, man. She has it.
Like, technically there is a difference between a DigiDestined and a Tamer. A Tamer is just someone who has at least one Digimon partner, whereas a DigiDestined has been chosen by an entity of the digital world in order to accomplish something for the digital world.
Neil, holy shit, you're a waffle that can move things with your mind? That sounds delicious.
Oh.
Anyway, yes, so we're here to talk about what has become a rapidly controversial video, although I say that we're on the latter end of the trend of watching it currently.
Well,
just
trends run quickly, you know.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean,
don't
it's
feel
only
bad.
been out like a week or two, so a lot of people have already talked about it, but I actually purposely stayed away from it because I wanted to watch this live here on the channel to actually get everyone's impressions as they go. I have heard some things about this video, about some of the things said in this video, but I have not heard like almost anything substantive. Just that there's some like broad complaints about how he handled this. And
Right.
seeing some of his reactions on Twitter, he didn't like being criticized.
People like this never do.
Now,
I've
I-
never
go ahead.
heard of this man. I don't
Really?
have any. I have no idea who this is. This only exists on my radar because there's a section in this video that talks about Lily Orchard, and it was right at the like peak of all of Lily Orchard's drama happening like a week or two ago. And so I
Right.
kind of like skimmed through a little bit of the Lily Orchard section to see like if he had any interesting things to add, but I don't know who this is.
He only
I-
has
We're gonna.
he only has a couple thousand subscribers. He's only like I think he's shy of 20,000 subscribers. Actually, we're
Oh,
probably
hi, Manga
echoing.
Common.
Oh, manga comment in
Hey,
the
Manga
chat.
Comment,
Let's
how's it
go.
Hey.
I know of this person. I have mostly seen him in the wild on Twitter a couple of times, and it's just been unfortunate that each time that I've happened to see him, that he happened to have like really bad takes. So
Yeah.
I don't know this man other than he has some bad takes on Twitter sometimes.
On
And-
my end, Anthony Gramuglia, I think that's his name.
Point out that he
the-
actively lies in this video. Yeah,
Okay,
I
but
heard
yeah,
that.
I know this guy. I know about him, same as most people, because of his Twitter takes. And I've seen a couple people talk about him on YouTube before. One of those people is more than likely gonna get mentioned in this video, actually. And I even used a take that he had on Twitter as an example of a bad take in my free-run racism video.
Ooh.
And of course, I encountered him in a couple of the threads that he had reacting to this whole shabakalakal thing happening. So
I'm also wanted to clarify, I'm not familiar with anyone that he's covering here except for I believe it's Literature Devil that he covers in this video. Who I've watched
okay.
I actually I've followed him on and off. He's got some good takes. He's got some ones that I'm just like, I don't know, I think you're kind of blowing it out of proportion. I know Twi has had unfortunately not very good not interaction, but like she's seen some of his videos and largely disagreed. So
Yeah.
which it could just be bad, like it could just be difference of opinion. It could just be
Yeah,
like he
bad
has
RNG.
takes.
Maybe I
Oh.
just saw the based videos. I don't know.
So
Look, even when I disagree with someone on YouTube, sometimes I go back to their YouTube channels because it could be like, well, maybe I just watched a bad video of theirs. I'll try again. If I get to like 5 videos where it's like, okay, I don't agree with anything on this guy, then usually I drop them as a potential viewer.
mostly I find
Right,
Literature
right,
Devil has just a
right.
very clean editing style. That's one thing I appreciate about him, especially. For the record, My Hero Academia has turned in more to a video response than it has
Yes.
into a. And
Yes, it has.
oh my god,
These My Hero Academia YouTubers are lying to you, chat. They're lying to you.
legitimately, I actually okay. So I'm not going to spoil what, but early on in his video, he makes a big point about this, about one of the early plot points in My Hero, trying to elevate it as a really good example of My Hero's storytelling. And when I first watched through it, I'm like, yeah, fine, I can accede to that. Get to your criticisms, because I was only interested in the criticisms. But after I started going through, like, man, you have some really, I would say, interesting takes for now.
Yeah.
I decided to start the video from the top and make sure I go through the early sections a little more detailed. And when I started digging into the place that he was elevating as like a praise, I'm like, you fundamentally misunderstood everything that happened there.
Yeah,
And
he
it's
showed
baffling.
me that last night.
It's baffling how you can
really?
misunderstand that, because he had images on screen of like,
Oh,
it's like you have images on screen that if you know the context disprove your point.
Yeah,
I will say, so the title of this video is like critics are lying to you kind of thing. I like, in general, I really don't like that notion, because too often people will like throw around you're making something up, usually for clout is the argument that they give. You're you're saying bad things about Ruby or whatever for clout, and it's like, I don't like, thinking someone is fundamentally misleading you or lying just because their critiques is not the same as yours.
So, you know what? Here's a freaking newsflash, people, and I said this in my most recent video about Bumblebee. All right? Shot in the dark here. Sometimes people are just straight up wrong. Yeah. And they just say the things that they say that they believe, but they just so happen to be wrong. Okay? Yeah. Like, and like that shit just happens.
There's also a difference between someone being ignorantly wrong and maliciously being wrong. Like, there is a difference between that too. Not all wrong arguments are created equal, and sometimes you have to parse out which is which.
Leon, I appreciate everyone trying to give their own takes on it, but I'd rather have my own take on it. I don't want people to keep giving me like, oh, he did this, or this is what he's saying. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I don't think that's. Is that actually a phrase, or am I mixing that with a gift horse?
I think...
No. People use the horse's mouth, too.
Okay. Yeah. Oscar Borgia, hi. Hello, everyone. I can't make the stream. I watched this video, and oh boy, this guy's video is something. Take care, everyone. Have a good day, Oscar.
I appreciate
have a good day.
Hope you watch the VOD later.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've staved it off. I'm intrigued. I'm energized. Let's go through this. It's 50 minutes. Let's hope we can get through it.
I'm nervous but excited.
When Kong Skull Island first hit theaters, the YouTube channel CinemaSins did a video detailing all the ways the film sinned in a popular Everything Wrong With series.
Okay, we can pause here.
Your first problem is using CinemaSins.
Exactly. That's what I'm about to do. No. You're already in the trap.
Yeah, okay. So the problem here is that CinemaSins does this really fucking annoying and disingenuous thing where they straddle the line of saying, "Oh, we're actual criticism," but everything that's not actual criticism is a comedy or a joke or something like that. And you ask, well, which is which? And it's like, well, whichever the ones aren't funny are actual serious, and the ones that are serious or wrong are jokes. And it's like they use it as a shield by trying to play it both ways.
So and like essentially, and put in simplest terms, they pull a video game donkey. That's basically what they're doing. Like, all the bad takes are jokes, and all the right ones are the things you should take seriously.
And we know that he does this with more than just his channel, because we've been reading through his novel.
Yeah, by the way, they have a novel series called The Ables, and it is quite frankly one of the worst books I have ever read.
It really is.
It's a series?
It's a series. It has a video game. It has a shitty, mobile style direct to shovelware video game.
Yes.
Okay.
What did you miss, Rival? First freaking couple of seconds, we already hit a roadblock.
Yeah.
Especially since, I'm gonna precog. I'm gonna precog a little bit and say he's probably
not on
using...
stream. Ew.
What? Okay, shut up. Anyway. I'm gonna foresee things a little bit and say that he's trying to use CinemaSins as an example of like a bad trend in YouTube critic behavior or etiquette or whatever the fuck. But no one models themselves after freaking CinemaSins seriously. No one does that.
I think that saying that is over. I think there are definitely people that have, and I think people that try to do it more like there's Cinema Wins.
I mean, Lily started her channel with CinemaSins-esque takes.
Yeah, there's
on her channel
Cinema
before
Wins.
She moved on
I know
to ponies and stuff.
There's Anime Win, or there's Anime Wins, Anime Sins.
I mean, there's Anime Sins.
There's a bunch of derivative channels, but the problem with that is a lot of them are aping CinemaSins, not realizing what CinemaSins is doing. They're like, they're not exactly deep. And to be fair, the funniest thing about that is it's not exactly like CinemaSins itself is exactly deep, but unlike those channels, except maybe Cinema Wins I've really soured on after some comparison stuff.
Yeah, same here. Like, I think AnnieSins is good, the Birdman is good.
But like
I
they
love the Birdman.
This is just like pure manipulative schlock. So like actually I don't necessarily mind him using it here, but I mean, I guess I want to see his full point. But like, it's a really weak start to color all YouTube criticism with the lens of CinemaSins.
Exactly.
$10 says he won't have the balls to tackle someone like Lindsay Ellis or Dan Olsen since those guys have a bit of clout. No, but you see, what I'm gonna bet is he's gonna say those are the good ones or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also,
Also,
he says $10, but he only gave us 5.
Yeah, bro, what's up with that? Well, he gave us 10
up,
in total,
Isa!
'cause there's another super chat we met.
Don't actually if you don't feel like it. Man. Just, like,
Yeah, no, I just wanted to...
All right, I'm gonna.
He gave us another super chat. He said, "Why do I feel this person will piss me off more than other rant vids?"
I mean, a lot of things piss you off, Isa.
Oh, great part. My problem with this criticism is that it would have been good 4 years ago. Little to nobody uses CinemaSins as a good criticism. Heck, Movie Bob did a fantastic breakdown against him, and people like the Birdman. Wait, Movie Bob did a breakdown of what?
When was this?
Have you guys not seen Movie Bob's video? Oh my god, it's so good.
When was this?
Like 2 years ago, 3, something like that.
Sure, here's the remainder. Oh, these.
I was making a joke.
Well, okay, now you can't retract that. Actually, seriously, actually no. Like I remember hearing about
manga comments right. It's not Movie Bob. It's Bob Vids. Yes.
Okay.
Bob Vids.
Look,
Bob Vids.
Look, the day that Movie
I know
Bob
exactly what you were talking about
has a good take. It's like somehow, you know that phrase, a broken clock is right twice a day?
Yeah.
Bob is a broken clock that's constantly like 5 minutes ahead no matter where you try to set it. So he just doesn't stop being wrong. It doesn't change.
Yes.
And manga comment with the correct takes.
Exactly, yo. Manga comment is right counter number 1.
Well, I've scrolled it back so we can get the full context of what he said, because like we did admittedly cut him off.
When Kong Skull Island first hit theaters, the YouTube channel CinemaSins did a video detailing all the ways the film sinned in their popular Everything Wrong With series. This would have been an unremarkable video for them if not for the director of Kong Skull Island, Jordan Vogt Roberts, taking to Twitter to criticize the video. Tons of movie reviews are criticized by their creators, but Vogt Roberts' perspective gained traction because, well, he was right. The big criticism? That the review from CinemaSins flat out lied about his movie.
It looks like this movie spent half its budget on rain machines and made sure key scenes took place with them involved, so we couldn't hear the dialogue.
That's an opinion that he said. It's like it's his
it's
observation.
He didn't even
of
say that it's true.
Yeah, he did not say that was a matter of fact. So
I mean, CinemaSins does lie very frequently about the videos that they watch.
Oh
so it's not like he was wrong.
Yeah.
Cole's not excited about the bombs going off. He's just happy that the director chose him for the obligatory destruction reflecting off sunglasses shot.
Okay, that's obviously a joke. What the fuck?
Oh, that's not Shea Wiggum's character. He got the character wrong. So that's not a lie. Okay. That's him being an idiot.
Yeah. There's a difference there.
So there's something earlier when I was mentioning like people lying. I don't like how people implying that critics are lying for clout or whatever. I will say that if you get things fundamentally wrong with the movie, that is the only time I will say that is a bad criticism, because criticism is so based in opinion. For example, my favorite example of what I consider to be bad criticism is actually from Roger Ebert. He had a review of Labyrinth, and reading through his review, you can just tell he had just facts wrong entirely. Like he said Hoggle was Toby. he got like a bunch of characters' names wrong, and you could tell he probably didn't fully pay attention to the film. And if so, that's where your criticism is coming from. That's the only time I think it's bad criticism, because you didn't pay attention.
I think there's a fairness there. I think, I think a criticism is bad when it really. It's hard to equate. It's because everyone's opinion is valid, but not everyone's opinion is supported by fact, and that's the important thing that you want to try to get to.
That's what validity means.
Yeah,
validity means supported by logic and facts.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I guess you're right. I mean, I'm trying to say, like, everyone's opinion is. You're allowed to have your opinion. That's basically
everyone
what I'm
is allowed to have an opinion. Not everyone's opinion is logical and fact-based. We actually had the same thing with because Kaiser and I had watched another video from Lily, and we're the Star Wars, and we're talking about how she fundamentally tries.
She doesn't understand the Force.
Yeah, she doesn't understand the Force,
especially,
and the Sith, and how those relate to each other, and is making an entire video with an argument based off of her misunderstanding.
Keep in mind, we're not super fans. We got no dog in this race. We just use basic knowledge from the movies, and she gets everything fundamentally wrong.
Kaiser, in the video that I'm covering, he completely misses the point of Toga's character arc. I don't know how you do that.
Impossible!
Like it's kind of, it has like an abstractness to it that's a little rough, but like it's there, and he's like, oh, it doesn't exist, and it's like she boils down to a psycho serial killer. It's like, that's not the point.
No.
Anyway, that will save that. I so want to talk about it so much, but I got it. We got it.
Just out of curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
He said, and that's discovered when launched a satellite. I mean, yeah, it's probably
As the director summarizes, critics like CinemaSins want to appear smarter than the media they criticize.
CinemaSins isn't playing a character. They're just nitpicking movies as themselves. Jeremy even acknowledged this in his Reddit AMA, saying, I've always been a hyper-observant, nitpicking jerk. Everything wrong with is just a manifestation of that.
So this is not the first time I've discussed bad media criticism on my channel, and it's not going to be the last time either. Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
Dishonest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty and biased ways. Taking one's limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Bad media criticism isn't simply just disagreeing.
Wait, hold on. How is that bad media criticism? Now, what makes it criticism is the specific context and whether or not he's right about that.
Stanley's woke X-Men literature devil dishonest.
Oh, I've seen this video.
Elements.
Yeah, I thought this was actually. I think I've seen part of it at the very least. I thought it was all right.
Yeah, I thought it was
far more petty and biased ways. Taking one's limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Bad. I want to try and get that last frame. I can't. Anyway.
You never will.
Yeah, never will.
Maybe he's not using it as an example of being bad, or just maybe he's just using it as an example to further exemplify what he's talking about.
No, I have to say, I'm annoyed by your editing already. You left in that one frame of that extra text popping up, and you didn't cut it out. It's like when you're editing footage of a film into your reviews, and you have like a scene transfer, and you leave just that one frame in, and you're like scrolling through, and you're like, oh, I've rendered this, exported it, put it up on my channel. You're looking at it, and you're like, fuck.
No, that's how I felt in my very first video. I was much more sloppy with that stuff back then.
I wasn't going to say anything, Mangakam, but yeah, I do have a problem with the way that he speaks in this video. Just a little bit.
It's a video essayist voice. You know?
Yeah, this is 100% video essayist voice.
I try not to generally like nitpick people's voices, because it can, as someone who myself has a speech impediment, I know how hard it can be to have your voice be dumb and goofy on the internet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, like I mean, the thing is just point out there's a trend of this, as opposed to like whether or not that's good or bad. It has points where it can be bad, because it can get very boring and repetitive if you're not careful with it. You gotta be, if you're falling into that, you gotta be careful about how you play it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm not gonna criticize anyone for if they struggle with that or anything, because you can tell in my Digimon video that my voice is kind of stilted because I felt that I was slurring my words a bit too much, so I tried to overcompensate for that by overly enunciating everything, so I just sounded a bit robotic. But that's, my first long form video. So.
Yeah, it's wonderful like now because like I'm listening to her like record different things for different projects, and it's like, wow, compare this to you sound way more natural and smooth. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm still afraid that I might slur my words a bit, but
as long as you don't slur and get canceled, that's the important
manga comment. Oh god damn it, manga comment. I sound like the Snake Man from '90s Mega Man cartoon IRL. Oh my god.
I love Snake Man. He's such a good character. He's so fun.
It's not saying something you don't agree with. It's when the criticism itself seems to fundamentally misinterpret the piece of media being discussed, even when it's supposedly going through a scene frame by frame by frame.
Oh, Peach, yeah. Princess Peach. Yeah. Giving her pants. Yeah.
Now,
I fucking love that because he's like no, she's never worn pants before, not in any of the video games.
I mean, yeah, that is a dumb take, but at the end of the day, I mean, again, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of Shad at all. And I haven't seen this video, and I don't care about the Mario movie. But I'm going to guess that was probably like, I don't know, a minute-long joke or jab at the fact that they're making Peach like less feminine,
well,
I guess. In that
what's
movie
interesting to me, and because this conversation came up online about, I think Captain Amelia was her name from Treasure Planet. I made a
I was part of it. Yeah.
It was a good conversation because everyone's like, oh, if she was made today, she'd be called a girl boss, and I'm like, no, no.
God,
the problem with a lot of how media handles itself today, with a lot of the girl boss archetype, is they give them the authority and the temperamentality of a girl that has all this experience and a capability and skill, and then basically it just shoves them into a situation and they just magically get things done without ever actually having to demonstrate any kind of skill or tact or power or anything like that. Like everything just comes easy. It all just kind of flirts on by.
It's the mentality of a 16-year-old who thinks that they know everything, and then get mad when they're told that no, they actually don't know anything. Please stay in school.
And I actually addendumed my post because I also listened to the characters in the scene that are being talked down to by her. They don't like it, as opposed to in a lot of those films when like the girl boss walks in and is like, "I'm in charge now." All the other characters would be like, "Oh, I guess,"
and then they just kowtow to her right away.
Meanwhile, in Treasure Planet, you got Jim, who's like, "Fine," and he's like just frustrated with her, and then you have Doppler, who is like, "Now wait just a minute here," and he's like arguing against her, and he's a comedic character, but he's not wrong. He's not.
You know what? I think because I was thinking of oh no, Eowyn. Yes. Eowyn from Lord of the Rings. I am no man. And then she kills the Witch King of Angmar, and it's the best thing ever. And I love that movie, and she's so cool. But today, rather than just letting her sneak into the army and doing her thing, if they were to girl bossify it, when she confronts Eomer, and he's like, "No, you're not going out," then she would have said something to him, and he'd be like, "You know what? Yeah, you're right. You are going out."
Well,
and that's what would have girl bossified it.
I was gonna say, like, she would have given this really like quote unquote witty comeback, and it's like, "Oh, I'm more woman than you've ever been a man," and she he would just like stand there, and he would have the look of shame where he looks down into the left, and like she would walk out the door, and he would just let her go. It's like,
what does that even mean?
I don't know. That's the point.
Like they never do.
Because it would be something that makes sense in their head. But like you don't even need to look that far because you have a perfect example in Galadriel in the Rings of Power that I know that they girl bossified to a ridiculous extent, to the fact that she
that's all.
She is like she almost drowns in the ocean and gets saved by a passing ship completely randomly just because she's like fate, I guess.
You know what would have fixed it? If it was anyone other than Galadriel. Just give her, make it Cindy, the elf. It didn't need to be Galadriel.
Yeah, Galadriel, who had this, forgive me for misconstruing this, a very feminine power to her. Like, she had this very, like, ethereal, like, goddess vibe going on that didn't seem overtly, like, the one time she was overtly violent was when she, like, I think even entertained holding the One Ring, and it was fucking terrifying. It's like, yeah, no, can we go back to the nice pretty lady surrounded by all the ethereal glow instead of the dark, horrible thing that's going to eat our souls?
But yeah, fact of the matter is, like, people have standards for these things, and there are plenty of characters that today that are somewhat girl boss-ish, that are good, that people like. I mean, people are clamoring for Arcane Season 2. Why?
Yeah, including Princess Peach in the Mario film, who, as I understand it, because I haven't seen it myself, as I understand it, she's not a terrible, like, character. She's just... people's biggest complaint about Peach was that she was bland. That was... Which, considering it's Princess Peach, it's hilarious to me that you try to, like, make her more interesting and you still wind up with a bland result. It's like you just done a different flavor of...
but, you know...
It's somehow a different flavor of vanilla. Although that might be an insult to vanilla. It's just like pure cream.
Well, I find it interesting because Peach is generally considered a very pleasant, very homely kind of person, and that we consider a nice character that is just sweet and pleasant to be dull and boring.
It annoys me too. She's so like, freaking Toru comes to mind. Make Princess Peach like Toru.
Exactly.
That'd actually be kind of, not 1-to-1, but that'd be adorable.
That would be.
For those who don't know, Fruits Basket, go watch it. It's amazing.
Yes,
absolutely.
I still remember that you were so nervous about watching it. You were like, I don't know if I want to watch this.
Because I didn't understand the kind of show it was going to end up being. And to be fair, it's kind of hard to quantify that. It's Great Bar says, shout out to the Jack St. Nightfall video where he breaks down all the Shadiversity points on Mario movie. Also, Shadiversity was going nuts on trailer, going, oh, it's woke now, even before the pants scene. Oh yeah, no, that's like the thing. It's a reaction to a trailer, and Shad very clearly has a case of the cultural brain rot right now that a lot of people have, and like I don't blame him for that. Shad is just wrong for a whole other sorts of reasons.
Sure,
but like his reaction to the pants thing, I think, was more to the erasure of femininity that was happening with Peach, and I think that's not an unfair criticism to levy at the film. I think there's actually a point there of like Peach should have more time to shine. Like, I'm actually really glad that she got a new game. I wish it was more, oriented towards older audiences. But, like, I would like to see more of a reverence for, like, I guess, femininity. Like,
the way I would word it, like, my biggest complaint with Peach in the film wasn't so much that she wore her dress, it was fine, it was whatever. It was that she was stuck with this, like, Elsa from Frozen face the whole time, with that side smirk, one eyebrow cocked, sassy expression, and I'm like, nah.
Like, it's the DreamWorks face.
The DreamWorks face.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm like, Peach is demure. She's a royalty. She's a princess, and she acts like it. And so if she had like that soft smile on her face, as opposed to the DreamWorks face,
can you imagine,
it would have like felt more like her.
The angle I would have taken, instead of trying to make her this action heroine girl boss, I would have taken it more like she is a fucking princess. Like, you see her get up in the morning and go through a rigorous routine of like getting her outfit on, getting things right, and putting on the perfect facade, even if she's feeling like tired or exhausted, and like being the royal leader of a group of people. Like, I know that's a little heavy for a kids show, but I think they could take it, honestly. And I think that'd be way more fascinating. They can still
do it in a comedic way. Like, it's not like that's going to be completely divorced from the whole thing. But I think with this diatribe that we're in, I think we're clearly demonstrating how you can actually have this kind of conversation in good faith.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, Shad, one of the issues I had there was Shad was surrounded by a lot of yes men in that video, which is a kind of a problem with his videos in general.
Yeah.
Oh, is there?
Not like us. We never agree with each other.
I mean, that's one thing I actually really appreciate is that we actually do frequently kind of come to a head on disagreeing on things. Like we actually do have fundamental disagreements on different elements of storytelling, and it creates a lot of fun conversation.
It does, and it can be fun when we learn and understand where the other person comes from in the discussion.
Yeah, totally fun when Twilight yells at me. That's my favorite part.
Look, I managed to get you to see the light on why mutant registration was a bad idea, so.
I mean, that is true.
All right, well, let's continue this video.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we have a very important super chat from TeddyBearPaladin.
Yeah, Teddy.
Yeah! My cub brother of plastic clung to me in the realm of darkness. And before me lay the cause of his fear, a nightmare of no small stature with only one target, my brother. For that, it would die. God, I love this story so much.
Yeah. This keeps getting better and better and better.
Exists everywhere. YouTube is not unique in this regard. Part of the reason I made the jump to YouTube over written media was due to wanting to distance myself from several hot takes in media publishing designed to draw hate clicks. And if I'm going to draw criticism, it's going to be because I said something ridiculous. I don't want to be associated with someone else's bad media takes. I want to be associated with my own.
So apparently...
Okay, I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire there. Are you sure it's not because YouTube is a platform that allows you to get much more eyes on your content?
Yeah.
Like, let's be very clear. It can be both, but I don't think he was genuinely thinking about this. Like,
he used to work for the Mary Sue? Ooh.
He did. No, and you'll get. I recognize this video that he's showing right now. Oh my goodness.
But like, let's be just very clear.
Just
YouTube
some guy is great.
Just so prevalent and so accessible that people can. What's nice about it is people can put a video on their second monitor or off to the side of the screen or in the background, play it, listen to it while they're working on stuff. It is so much easier to digest YouTube videos than it is to read an extensive article. So,
and to be fair, this guy has earned it. Like a couple months back, he was my size, and this dude's been grinding out video after video, and currently he's around like 11K subs or something. So like, hey, listen, if you got it, flaunt it, dog. It's no big deal. But I have a feeling he's gonna say something about just some guy here. And it's gonna be very interesting. And yeah, he worked for CBR, Mary Sue, and Polygon.
Roll this back like a few minutes.
I don't want to be
the only time that I've ever like looked at an article from the Mary Sue, it was saying how Katniss, the reason why Katniss needed to have two love interests so that she could be both masculine and feminine at the same time. And I was just like, what are you talking about?
So wait, she needed a girlfriend and a boyfriend, and you gave her two dudes to do that?
No. Like, the point of the article was supposed to be like, oh, well, she needs to have a Gale so that she could be the feminine character, but then she needs to have Peeta so that she could be the masculine partner in the relationship. I'm just like, what are you talking about?
I don't know if that's how that works.
I was gonna say, are you sure it's just boy with shirt off hot for women audiences?
The only thing about Peeta that's coded feminine is the fact that he bakes.
Yeah.
And it's like, men have been baking. Would you look at fucking Gordon Ramsay and tell him he's feminine?
I was gonna say, like, fucking you go to like any Disney film and you see a baker in the background. It's a nice portly round dude that looks like the coolest dude to hang out with. Like, he looks like so much fun.
In fact, we need like a collage of all the bakers that have ever been in a Disney film just together.
Yeah, and especially like if you get like the pie that's like wafting the living like smell lines off of it that like do the thing where it like reaches under your chin and like does the beckon here hand thing.
It's bad media takes.
Man, I've always wanted to be seduced by a goddamn pie.
Only in the podcast.
I want to be associated with my own.
So apparently Anthony Gramuglia was uber triggered by the most 3 devastating sentences he's ever heard. Peter Parker isn't gay. There's 60 plus years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics. So, like a typical precious snowflake, Anthony penned a 1,400 word rant just to call me a homophobe.
Okay, hold on a second. Wait a minute.
I'm gonna try and
So,
get
like a typical precious snowflake, Anthony penned a 1,400 word rant just to call me a homophobe.
Screenshot is the sole time he's referenced in the article where I lay out he's not a homophobe. Multiverse being gay.
So, Anthony, you're being a bit of a dishonest YouTuber right now. I remember this video. Context: he wrote a thing on the Mary Sue or CBR or whatever, suggesting that like Spider-Man in the 616 comics of Marvel should be gay for whatever fucking reason. Of course, you see the screenshot of just some guy clapping back at him. Sorry, Mary Sue, you're right. And then CBR, and then he made like a follow-up thing in CBR talking about this issue, and he changed the verbiage to make it not Peter Parker being gay. I mean, any gay Spider-Man, really. It can be from the multiverse, all right? And he's trying to say that he never called just some guy homophobic, which, to be fair, he never said just some guy by name. But you know what he did do? He said in this article, he even tried to go through a bunch of arguments as to why people would be against it, and he's like, you know what, I can't even fake it anymore. The only real explanation is homophobia. Anyone who disagrees with this is homophobic. So when just some guy already who publicly disagreed with you and clowned on you over this issue sees that article, what is the line of logic that he's going to come to?
Yeah.
What does that tell you, people?
I'm trying to
that
get.
You're calling him homophobic.
I'm trying to get the.
By the way,
right
just some guy is bisexual, but let's not talk about that.
Oh, that makes it great.
The most embarrassing thing that I've ever done was mix up just some guy with some black guy.
What?
Hey,
just some guy isn't black. He's Asian and black. Getting right.
Well, no, because they have such similar names. So I got them confused once.
Wow, all guys look the same. God damn it, Twilight.
Manga Common, you're in the tundra. You can message me.
Yeah, what?
I think he genuinely forgot that he was in the tundra. You can also send it to me, since I'm in your Discord server.
Wait, what's he trying to send? I'm looking at the article. Oh, right.
I pinged you.
You can find it from freaking the description of just some
he
guy's
confirmed
video.
It. He did forget.
Oh, he did forget. He kind of forgot about the Discord.
Well, like, to be fair to him, the last time that I think that he was active in the tundra was like 2018, so.
Oh, almost totally.
Fair.
Yeah. I keep trying to encourage more people to be active in the tundra that are like, bigger names. Just.
It's so overwhelming. There's so much going on there. My
really
Discord
not.
has 3 channels on it, and that's it.
All right, give me a moment to check this.
Well, I have a lot of channels on mine too, but as you can see, because you guys are the only members in there, nobody talks in there.
Yeah. But yeah, getting back to it, Anthony, you're lying about just some guy. You're lying about this. Like number 2. Even if you're trying to say that freaking, these aren't my takes on Spider-Man, these are CBR's and the Mary Sue's takes on Spider-Man, even though you wrote it and there's no evidence that you were pushed by these companies to say what you said, to write what you wrote. So, like, what the fuck? Just say that you disavow those takes now and you're Gucci. But no, you're trying to cover this up, the fact that you implicitly said that just some guy or people like him who disagree with you are homophobic. Mm-hmm. Not a good start. 2 minutes in the video.
So let's see. Did you said follows the two distinct camps: people okay with Spidey being queer as long as they never get to see it, and people who are against the concept in any shape or form. We've gone over their arguments so far without resorting to the simpler explanation. They're just homophobic. It's impossible to lie to you anymore. They're homophobic. Oh my god!
Boom! There you
Motherfucker!
Word for word.
Also, why was I zoomed out at like 50%? What the fuck? That was weird. I don't understand. So if I can try and get this on.
Also, there's another thing that I wanted to say. Anyone who just says I can't think of any other way to describe someone except for homophobic when it comes to their disagreements of something, I think that that's just a lack of your imagination or a lack of your intelligence, or that you are politically biased. Hey, I gave you more leeway than you gave them.
Yeah, that's actually dishonest. Just some guy gave you a perfectly valid reason why making the main Peter Parker gay in the Marvel universe or Marvel comics would not make any goddamn sense. And he goes even further in this video he's referencing here. So, like, I have no idea why... Yeah, coming from a bi man, no less. Like, why in the fuck?
It does like, it has the same flavor of people being like, I didn't like Bumblebee. What are you, homophobic?
Yeah.
It's like,
it's
no.
100% that. It is.
Yeah, they don't care if you actually are part of LGBT. If you don't agree with them on their political takes, then you are therefore the enemy. Therefore, you're therefore homophobic. Therefore.
Yeah, now, that is not to say that all, non-straight people are always going to have the correct takes on these issues. And there's a possibility, very minuscule, that just some guy would be wrong here, but you would have to catch him on the wrongness here. And what I'm saying is, he has very little incentive to actually, like, poke a hole in this issue.
You know what's the worst thing?
But he did anyway.
If because Ant was making a kind of fine point by saying he wanted to be associated with his own bad takes and not other people's bad takes, he didn't need to bring up this weird drama moment about Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You really didn't.
It's like, that. Not only do you want to be associated by your own bad takes, you're giving us the perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right up front. Like, I mean, I kind of appreciate that. You just sped run us right to the end of your career. Great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's so. I don't know.
So already with this casts so much doubt on how you're presented you're going to be presenting yourself in this video. You're trying to say that other YouTubers are dishonest, and yet 2 minutes in, you start off with some dishonesty going on.
See, this is what
not
we
a good
call
look, dog.
What this starts it all out looking like is a massive bout of projection.
Mm-hmm.
Which you don't want. You really don't want that. Like, if you're going to have an issue, you should be typically upfront with it. Like, I feel like I might be guilty of this. Let's self-analyze. That could be an interesting video. You could actually self-analyze all your prior work. I know I'm guilty of things like this. If you go to some of my older reviews and such, there are times where I feel like I think I left out a detail here that probably would have been counter to my claim. And you do it subconsciously sometimes. It happens. Like,
or sometimes you just really word yourself, and those are the moments you always kick yourself the most for. And like, you just word yourself like not as good as you should have, and something comes across the way you didn't intend it to.
That's why I'm always
not me. I'm always perfect.
That's why I'm always so verbose with everything that I do, because I'm always afraid that I'm not saying things the way that I'm intending it to come across as. And I say so many things, I say so many words in order to try and hopefully make it so that people understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, for you normal people, of course, that's the right thing to do. Not for me, though. My takes are always pristine, perfect, eloquent.
And that's why we had no problems with the X-Men discussion.
We don't talk about that.
That's there it is.
That's off camera. That's off camera.
All right,
anyway,
let's keep going. We're only 2 minutes in.
Yeah.
So if I screw up, I screw up on my own terms. However, there's a danger to YouTube. Even though it's the independent channel and you're not being linked to a greater company or organization, bad media takes take up a lot of attention, they draw a lot of clicks, they draw a lot of anger, and some channels feed on that rage. They feed on the anger drawn by a certain audience.
This is what we call projection. I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. That just like...
And that draws
I do
more
agree
attention.
that there are
And
a
the
lot of like
algorithm
rage
rewards.
farm channels.
Oh, they're
Oh
totally.
yeah, absolutely.
But like the thing is, they
you can
only
say
work...
the same thing about positive channels too. To be honest, like there's this toxic positivity going on with certain people.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Manga Common. We're a couple of seconds faster than you guys, so Raymond has the upper hand there.
Also, same here, Common. I got called a Republican once. That was funny.
Faith. Criticism.
But unlike all of those previous failures, this one tries to have a woke plot twist. She's not the mother of the savior, she's actually the savior herself. Yeah, I felt nothing at this reveal.
The more outrageous...
How is that dishonest? What?
Is it him calling it woke? Like, I mean, I would be interested in analyzing how that was woke. Also, was that your text, Anth, or was that someone else's text?
I could barely read the fucking thing.
So okay.
Okay.
Let's
all right.
recover that.
If you're going to add text to your video, you should make it really clear it's you putting the text on, especially if you're getting clips of other people's videos that might also have text on screen. We've seen like 7 different fonts. I don't know.
Yeah.
What's what?
The only thing I know that's consistent is that he puts a little thing in the middle here that tells us what video it is. So
yeah. This is why I made my handwriting into a font, so everyone knows that it's me writing it. Because it's my literal handwriting.
I try to have like a Futura. I love Futura as a font. It's so nice.
Yeah.
And the algorithm rewards bad takes and bad faith criticism.
But unlike all of those previous...
Hold on. The algorithm rewards, like, hyperbolic takes in general. Dishonest, bad, good, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it has... The algorithm has no morality behind it. It's whatever gets the biggest reaction.
Okay, so also I want to make a criticism here. Even the thing that he does pop up that tells us what video it is, dude, put an outline on the text.
Yeah.
It's so hard to read that. just a black stroke. That's all you need. It's a toggle in fucking Premiere. You can do that so quickly. Oh.
This one tries to have a woke plot twist. She's not the mother of the savior, she's actually the savior herself. Yeah, I felt...
Can someone explain to me how this plot twist is woke? I mean,
I think
that's really hard considering woke is a fucking moving target.
If we get the rest of the context.
Yeah. Also, this isn't your text. This is someone else's text. I'm pretty sure this is part of the original video. I feel like it has the same artifacting going on.
What?
Oh, Jar only recently started using scripts. That's interesting. I don't know if I would be able to make my Digimon video without a script. So that's impressive.
I didn't know that was recent. How recent is it? Because a lot of his vids somewhat always sounded scripted to me.
Let's see if he gives any commentary on this, because that's going to be the ultimate kicker. Also, a Blade Charge says, bad takes and such are opinions. Just a robot used...
Just a robot.
Oh, just a robot used to be an anti-SJW channel, but I know he's trying to be honest.
Yeah. And, like, fact of the matter is, you can still be anti-SJW or anti, like, bad progressive media or whatever without being an asshole. And I don't think Just a Robot fits that mold, really.
Well, I think he was more like a commentary channel, and then with all the BS that was going on a couple of years ago, he just decided that it would be a lot more fun to just do video reviews.
Yeah, he's been a lot of things. He's been a streamer, he's been a freaking power scaler, he's been a commentator, he's just
I've been watching these guys for a long time.
Yeah, yo.
Common and Jar and all the others back in the day.
Oh yeah.
The more outrageous, the better.
Okay. You're just throwing up random clips. Stop it.
Yeah, yo.
Stop it. You can't.
The more About outrageous. What about H Bomber Guy's latest video about plagiarism? What was so outrageous about calling out plagiarism? That wasn't bad faith criticism or anything, but the algorithm ate that one up. It has over 21 million views. What do you mean?
And largely it was fair. The biggest point of contention in it is that apparently the internet historian plagiarized an online article about the tunnels in Kentucky for his whole video, I believe what it's called. And like apparently that was a situation that had been called out and actually like resolved a long time prior, and H Bummer Guy did nothing to address the fact that internet historian actually did eventually get that like squared away, where he changed the video and he actually properly credited the article. It's like that was the biggest issue in that video. Other than that, I don't think there was anything else that was a problem in that H Bomber Guy video. Other than it being an H Bomber Guy video, which I have an issue with.
Yeah, I do as well, but that was a really good video. I do kind of agree that he should have probably mentioned James and Illuminati earlier, because I do think that those two were the main things that he wanted to get into, but he was trying to also be generalist and talk about moments where YouTubers had plagiarized just in general.
That worked out well for him, obviously.
Yeah.
Also, the notion that like outrageous rage baity things is the thing the algorithm feeds on is stupid, because Mr. Beast is the #1 YouTuber in the world, and all he does is like, how many sugar candies can I put in this Disney World or whatever?
I remade Squid Game in real life, and everyone was like, why did you do that? That's exactly the thing we didn't want to happen.
And dude, people tell us that we shit on Ruby and make fun of it and clown on it for views and clicks. Motherfucker, have you seen the amount of views a Ruby AMV gets? If I wanted clout, I would be doing that every single day.
Well, to be fair, I don't know how you monetize that.
The majority of my views on my channel are actually this stupid Naruto AMV that I made when I was 16 years old. That's still the majority of my views on my channel.
Like, dog, are you serious?
And to try to pin the fact that mutants are minorities is proof that it's social justice. It's both intellectually lazy and dishonest.
Now, negative reviews have...
What?
So
you need to give context to these clips, because we don't know what they're fucking talking about or what's wrong with them.
You're not even telling us what they're wrong about.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like, am I meant to just assume all these clips are things he doesn't agree with, or things he
like what are you doing here? Are you like, oh, I'm gonna put Eric July here, and then the audience is gonna be like, well, I don't like Eric July, so obviously I'm not going to agree with this, and I'm going to agree with this person.
I don't like the motherfucker either, but I want to hear what he has to say.
Like this isn't a montage of a bunch of different people that you're going to show throughout the video. I'm quite confident I don't remember seeing any of these other people show up in your like citations. So,
oh my god, Periodic Pete, you got it right. Just consume clip and get excited for next clip. That's the pattern I'm getting, dog.
What? What? How does that even work?
It's...
I know the joke, but I don't understand how that like logics out as a creator.
Because they're agreeing with me when I said that he's just putting up Eric July there because, oh, I don't like Eric July and my audience isn't going to like Eric July, so I don't actually have to listen to what's being said. I'm just going to agree with him because I don't like Eric July.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I've had this idea for a while where response videos need to be really well crafted and need to take 100%. Extra care than normal videos, because it's not only you painting your side of the argument, it's also you properly explaining the other argument that you are debating against, because you could just make up anything, you know?
I just realized this. Dude, Anthony, I did a better job in the first few minutes of my freaking Freerin Demon Racism video giving your argument out in my own best faith possible way than what you have done so far with this video.
Oh shit, that's right, that was him.
Yeah,
I forgot it was him.
I showed his screenshot and several other people's screenshots calling the way the demons were portraying Frieren bad. And I illustrated why both sides of the argument are friggin' stupid.
Yeah. And like, when it comes to like doing criticism of a media or response to somebody, is like, yeah, it takes a long time. Why do you think I'm over an hour into my video responding to Lily, and Lily's 12-minute video? It's over an hour long.
I was gonna
Help
say,
me.
my hero reaction at this point, or my hero response, has more than times and again the length, or not times and again, sorry, it was like times and a half the video that I'm covering, because I have to go into so many details to make sure everything is in order. Great Bar says, if he's using clips on points on X-Men 97, why not show points on people getting annoyed about Rogue, but even though the pick they use is an outlier from the original? I don't know anything about that.
Oh no.
But Rogue does have a nice butt. Just putting that out there. Anyway.
This to an extent. There's a sort of joy some people get feeling like they're better than the movie, that they've beaten the movie, that they've outsmarted it. This isn't new. Some of Roger Ebert's best reviews are the ones where he tears into a film.
I hated this movie. Hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every simpering, stupid, vacant, audience-insulting moment of it.
There's a whole book of these. But there's a difference between writing an honest review, giving your thoughts, and approaching each and every film with the intention of criticizing it. And more than criticizing...
No! That's what Ebert was literally doing! His job was to criticize movies! He was the original movie critic! That's like his title in all of history!
Bro,
also, a criticism is criticism regardless of if it's negative or positive. That criticism is not a synonym for mean or a hater. It just means to offer critique.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's neutral. It's like it's neither positive nor negative. It's looking at the facts.
People take criticism as a negative because it causes something called self-reflection. Often upon self-reflection, we find elements of ourselves we do not like and things that that would make us want to change. And there's a lot of elements that go into, like, maybe we just don't want that pressure on our shoulders. Maybe we don't want to change. Maybe we think it's going to be a lot of effort to do that. There's a lot of reasons why we don't like looking at ourselves and seeing bad things about ourselves. But that is the root of why criticism ever derived a negative connotation.
Also, he did a flyby right by a point, and I really didn't like it. He said, the internet is full of critics who want to think they're smarter than the movie. And I'm like,
that is a presumption.
People don't criticize things because they think they're better than it. It's just that they're noticed something and are expressing their opinions and thoughts about it. That doesn't make me better.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that I'm smarter than the movie.
I'm sorry that I realized. I'm sorry that I noticed at the end of Back to the Future, Marty isn't actually with his original family. It's not that his original family somehow transferred over and had a completely different life. No, these are completely different people. These are not his family. I'm sorry that my brain noticed that and you didn't.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting some sort of catharsis for, seeing a bit of a major issue with a film or something that a lot of people don't necessarily notice. Humans are habitual creatures. We love solving puzzles. It's by design. Are you serious?
Oh God, he has Star Wars Theory up. I don't even know where this is going to go now.
Oh no.
Criticizing it, mocking it.
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great, cinematography was great, the writing was good, but it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science.
I don't even know the context.
Live stream.
Yeah, that's a live stream. I don't even know the context, and he seemed relatively positive about his notes. He just said there was something about it.
He was calm.
He was calm.
Yeah, I don't even know. Which show was he talking about?
I don't know either.
Neither.
Like, honestly, it could have been any of the Star Wars Disney properties. Although, okay, no, wait, sorry, I have to think back through which ones had good acting. You know what?
Obi-Wan, your favorite.
No, you know what? He might have been talking about Andor, because I remember he actually controversially does not like Andor.
Oh,
yeah,
that's interesting.
Because he said that there was something about Andor that didn't click with him, and like he said, it didn't feel Star Wars, and that's a fine take to have. Like, there's actually a very fine take there, because he was very complimentary on the rest of it. That was mechanically, like, you could establish, like, oh, camera work was good, the locations were well designed, the story, you know, all the production elements were good, the acting was good, the writing was good, but there was something about it. I don't know, maybe there was screws in the wall. Like, he was kind of shooting in the dark, trying to figure out what it was. He's a man talking. I'm sorry, Ant, if you don't like people trying to talk through why they may or may not like something, it's almost as if that's a natural reaction.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Isn't that the kind of critique that we should be striving for? Also, Media and Leon are right on the ball. This is about Andor, apparently.
And Ant doesn't like real people talking in a realistic way. He doesn't like it when people just act like people.
Does he think every woman is Elsa running around with the Elsa face? You know, actually, he looks at the guy that would, like, bow his head shamefully, look off to the side, and let her go. I just, you strike me like that, Ant. I don't know you personally, but just you hit me that way. Okay.
To the 3000 riffs, all right? You in those you laugh with both, you know, the hosts and the film itself.
There. Sure glad I don't look stupid in this.
Wait, okay, what's your point here?
The writing was good, but it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 riffs, all right?
Okay.
You in those you laugh with both, you know, the hosts and the film itself.
No. No. You're not laughing with the film in Mystery Science Theater 3000. The films are taking themselves typically very seriously.
Yeah.
Like laughing with the film implies the film is self-aware or was made with the self-aware intent. But let's be very clear. The Room by Tommy Wiseau was an incredibly serious production. He thought he was making high fucking art and later embraced the fact that it became a fucking meme. Like, there is a complete and utter difference there. He did not think that he was making a joke. He thought he was making a serious film. And that's why it's so goddamn funny. It's such a colossal failure at everything it tries to do. It's hilarious. Like,
and words have meaning, and the way that you use those meaning in the way that you use those words in a sentence also has meaning. That is why it's very important in order to phrase each word in the sentence structure in a correct way so that people understand what you are talking about.
Yeah.
It really feels like he's just angry that other people didn't like these.
I feel like
700 different shows we've brought up by this point, shows and various movies. And it's one thing, like, it's not that they didn't like it for any specific reason. He just doesn't like that they didn't like it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But he can't articulate why he doesn't like it, so he just complains that they're complaining.
Mm-hmm. Like, if you disagree with someone for a reason, like Lily Orchard, we've been throwing her name around a lot.
Yeah.
You're working on your video, responding to her.
Yes.
I hated her Dungeon Meshi video, but there's a reason I didn't like it. And it wasn't just because she said she didn't like the show. Like, you can like or dislike whatever, but it was the fundamental part of why. But because Ant has jumped to like 900 clips and all of them about completely randomly different things, I don't know why he disagrees or agrees. I can't tell with any of this shit.
I know he gets more into depth with a couple of people. I mean, obviously there's a Lily Orchard portion. There's a
He criticizes Anita Sarkeesian.
Oh, that's right. There's an Anita Sarkeesian one. Yeah. That's why I'm intrigued, because like there are two people that like, because I know like the whole culture war thing. People lean one way or another, and I know which way I lean. I know where people other lean. Like, so.
Oh, just to dunk on EFAP.
The fact that like he actually is going after people on kind of both sides intrigues me, but I'm intrigued to see how that manifests. Whether he'll be harder on one type or another.
Well, according to Manga Common, he only criticized Anita just to slag on EFAP, or dunk on EFAP.
Wow.
Oh, interesting.
So,
wait, did you say that?
That's interesting.
And yet he
okay.
That is really okay.
They're the
That'll be
safe people
interesting.
on the left to criticize. I think that's probably fair at this point. Anita has kind of come known as a grifter.
I didn't know that she was still around.
Oh no, she's not like making videos. Feminist Frequency shut down after making only 10 of the 14 videos they promised to make with their funding.
Yeah, that died a while back.
But she's now in the game industry as a consultant, and she's a lot of the reason why there's she's the reason why you had Emily be the main character in Dishonored 2, which I don't think was a bad choice, but the reason that she was kind of a bland character might have had something to do with Anita.
Right.
Okay. There. Sure glad I don't look stupid in this.
Yeah, the film thing
This is the kind of media criticism that approaches each film as a puzzle. How is this media bad?
No. That is not.
No.
Far be it to believe that most people go into a movie being like, I hope it's good because I'm paying money for this and I want to be entertained. And then if they walk out and they're like, man, I just wasted 10, 20, 30. If you brought your whole family, you just wasted $100, $50 on going out to the theater. Maybe more because you probably had to buy concessions. That would probably run you up to 75, nearly 100 depending. People want good quality entertainment and they're not getting it, and maybe that's why you're seeing an increase in the number of critics online. There's a lot of really bad popular media out there.
Going back to Just a Robot, do you really think he went into what that fucking Terminator movie is and expecting to not like it? Don't you think he wanted it to be good? If I'm pretty sure Just a Robot tends to be pretty, above board when it comes to this shit, as he should. If the movie was good, he would honestly give it a good review. Simple as.
I also don't think Ant understands why people critique things in the first place. I think he thinks people critique things just for hate, just because they want to be angry at something. But we all, the four of us for sure, definitely know that when we go into something, critiquing something, it's not just a thing I turn on in my brain, I'm ready to be angry now. It's as I watch something, I naturally just break down the things I have studied over the years, like story structure, character design, this, that, the other thing, cinematography, and I can't help but watch shows and movies and think of that stuff, and that's how I come to my criticisms.
Friend of the channel, freaking Slick Sick Productions, Tom, he said it best in one of his videos. I don't go out of my way looking for problems. I turn around the freaking corner and I see them bitches. That's how it goes.
Good example of this. We did a whole podcast. I highly recommend it. It was very good on the Avatar: The Last Airbender live action series. I went in, full transparency, I went in expecting it to be a dumpster fire. In some ways, you could argue it was. But I also did? I sat back and after a while something clicked and I started to enjoy it. I started to actually have fun with the show. And honestly, I was probably softer to it in my ultimate review of it when we did the stream that week. But I don't think it was terrible. I think at worst it was middlingly average. But it's not I wanted to hate something. I went into it, and even though I had a negative prediction, I had my mind open enough that I could see the good in the show, and I could celebrate the good. It's
you know what, Raymond? I think that's the issue. I think even that prediction is what people like him have a problem with. Because they don't understand that when people get burned a bunch of times in media, and there's a trend in the ways that these big budget produced media become so bad that people will believably start expecting, or at least predicting, that there's a high likelihood that there's gonna be some fuck shit going on. Which is a normal human response.
If every time I put my hand on a burning stove, I get burned, there's gonna be a fucking point where, a third or fourth time where I'm like, maybe I better not put my hand on the fucking stove.
Now again, if you don't believe
I thought that I was
movies
stupid
are that
because it took
bad,
me twice.
but-
It took me 2 times to learn that lesson.
I was using it for example. I have never
I'm
had
not
to
even
learn
joking.
that.
I'm not even joking. Except if it wasn't a stove, it was my mom's curling iron.
Oh, I was gonna say,
you had to make sure it wasn't a fluke.
mine was a
True.
radiator. That was my learning experience. Those are not fun.
I think mine was a stove. But anyways, though, even if you believe that, let's hypothetically that the films that a lot of people say are bad are actually good or whatever the fuck, then it's up to you to create a freaking counterculture where you talk about these movies honestly, quote unquote, and just talk about what makes them good. Don't go feels over reels and all that shit. Look at the mechanics. Do what the actual critics do, but just go at it from what you believe is the right direction.
Killdozer,
and people gravitate towards that.
Killdozer, if you don't rush fast enough to put both your hands on the next stove you see burning, you're the problem bigot. Very true. It is completely on me. I'm bigoted for not touching more stoves.
True.
Wait,
And by that same metric,
you're being serious, Common?
What?
About the lightning?
I'm getting a kite from a tree with a jacket wearing metal.
No, he said he got struck by lightning twice.
Oh my god!
Oh
my god, man.
That's a thing, isn't it? Yeah, people who get struck by lightning, there's something in them that just naturally makes them more likely to get struck by lightning again.
Yeah, you know what that thing is? They get awesome Lichtenberg patterns on their skin, and I so want one, but I don't want to get struck by lightning.
Coward.
I'm glad that you're okay, but I'm kind of sad that you had to get struck twice in order for you to learn your lesson.
I mean, it's a good conversation starter, and the fact that you survived lightning twice is fucking phenomenal.
Yes. We love you, buddy.
How can I solve the problem of the movie? Rather than take the film on its own terms, you come in knowing your goal, to tear it apart.
Pushing identity politics and the message. They done woke it up!
Some famous...
You didn't quote where that was from. But also, motherfucker, what if you take a film on its own terms and the film fucking drops the ball?
Yeah.
If a film opens in the first act with saying, this gun is inoperable, and you can visibly prove it, like the gun doesn't fire when you load it, it doesn't function, it's like been welded shut, and then in the third act, if a character pick up the gun and fire it when nothing has been done to it, that's a problem. You can't get around that unless you're a fucking Bugs Bunny.
Also, of course, people are naturally gonna think of ways movies and shows could have been better. When I made my Wish review, I spent way too much of my free time, not even in the video, just my normal free time, thinking of ways that it could have improved that movie. Not because I wanted to be smarter than the movie, but just because it just naturally came to me. Because I was thinking about how it could have been better. Because I wanted it to be better. It wasn't me wanting to tear it apart.
That's me with my, with Kate, Fractured Fairy Tales. Whenever I actually start to work on that, I have no idea because I'm so slow with literally everything else that I want to do.
There's a reason I have done Fixing Ruby for 6 goddamn years.
Yeah.
It's not because I hate Ruby, it's because I goddamn love it and it hurts me
Exactly.
to see it bad.
Why would you spend this much time on something if you didn't care about it? Pete said best. He's being sarcastic, obviously, but how horrible. You wanting to improve stories? Were you an aspiring writer or something? Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
I am an aspiring writer. What
Get
the hell is it to you?
You're part of the problem, Twilight. You're lying to the chat right now.
Okay.
I think there's something so weirdly gross tasting, so disingenuous about him sprinkling in these random clips from various YouTubers, basically like people talk about like the woke agenda and whatever the fuck.
Sure.
But I feel like he's trying to paint all people
Everybody
who
in the same
critique
brush.
as those kind of people. out of context with no further explanation, and that's really, it just tells me that he doesn't know how to curate his own YouTube subscriptions.
Judgmental critter. The bad taste in your mouth is the taste of having to defend Tyrone Magnus. We have to actually come to bat for Tyrone Magnus now because we don't know what the hell he said.
I don't even know who any of these people are.
The guy you just showed a second ago, but yeah.
I think that's the first YouTuber that he's shown that I haven't known yet. I've wow, it's a small YouTube space when he's mostly talking about people that I've been watching.
Mm-hmm.
Well, man, your goal also to tear it apart.
Pushing identity politics.
He also didn't pop up a reference here.
Yeah.
Some famous critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film. Mel Brooks's comments on Life is Beautiful, a film that implies you can laugh through the dark.
You have to separate. For example, Robert Benigni's comedy Life is Beautiful really annoyed me. A crazy film that even attempted to find a comedy in a concentration camp. It showed the barracks in which Jews were kept like cattle, and it made jokes about it. The philosophy of the film is people can get over anything. No, they can't. They can't get over a concentration camp. You know, I'm a little disappointed in Mel, but considering he was a Jew that lived it, he is actually a legendary Jew during World War II, where he would blast fucking music over at the Nazis as psychological warfare. So he's kind of a legend in that right.
Right.
But I'm disappointed that because I do have the philosophy of not that they can get over everything. It's more that in order to cope with the horrors of the world, comedy is necessary. To make light of the worst things that humanity can imagine is to take power away from the terror that it brings.
Yes.
And I think it's really telling just reading the rest of this page that he has on here, seeing Brooks actually going into further explanation over it. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Jews were horrified. I received resentful letters of protest saying things like, how can you make jokes about Hitler? The man murdered 6 million Jews, but the producers doesn't concern concentration camps or the Holocaust. You have to separate Hitler from the Holocaust. Interesting. But the film had deeply moved a lot of people. I always ask myself, tell me, Roberto, are you nuts? You didn't lose any relatives in the Holocaust. You're not even Jewish. You really don't understand what it's all about. The Americans were incredibly thrilled to discover from him that it wasn't all that bad in the concentration camps after all, and that's why they immediately pressed an Oscar into his hand. I still I can kind of understand. Maybe he's. Let's be fair. I've read a biography on Brooks, and he himself isn't the most stable of people. The most interesting anecdote that comes to mind is in the middle of a boat ride out on a lake in Central Park with a friend. He randomly he had a fugue state where he whipped out a knife, threatened his buddy to give him his wallet, and then told him to get out of the boat and swim to shore. So that's what the guy did. The guy gave him his wallet and swam to shore. And later Brooks apologized. So Brooks isn't the most stable of people. It just disappoints me. It's I feel like I understand that kind of comedy can be very painful to a lot of people. If you touch on a sensitive topic, there's a lot of very risque jokes out there that aren't for everyone. And that's part of the thing is you got to also recognize that not everything is for everyone. And it's a big thing that a lot of big Hollywood, I think, gets wrong is they try to generalize everything. Everything must be smeared with must be all audiences. But it's no. There are people that like one thing. There are people like another thing. You got to appeal to these audiences because if you get too broad, you alienate everyone because it's not for if it's for everyone, it's not for anyone.
Also, what point is he trying to make here? And
I have no
why is he
idea.
bringing this up?
We got sidetracked by a much more cohesive and interesting argument.
Yeah, we did.
I think this is the first argument that we actually have some context for this entire video.
They done woke it up!
Some famous critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film. Mel
No,
Brooks's
wait.
comments on
Fuck that. Forced? What do you mean? They didn't force people to do anything. People
Okay.
look
Let's
at the
let him
evidence laid out
let him
in
get
these
through his whole
critiques,
point.
Yeah, let's let him get. Let's let him get through it.
The message. They done woke it up.
Some famous critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film. Mel Brooks' comments on Life is Beautiful, a film that implies you can laugh through the darkest times, even genocide, forced a lot of people to reevaluate this award-winning film. Chinua Achebe's famous criticisms of Heart of Darkness rewrote academic textbooks for decades and led to the creation of Achebe's counterpart to Hearts of Darkness, Things Fall Apart. But one thing both of...
read that book.
Okay, so it doesn't force you to reevaluate necessarily. No. I just read Mel Brooks' commentary on that, and my opinion has not been swayed whatsoever.
The word he should have used was invites you.
Yeah, invites you.
Yeah, it doesn't force you to do anything. Like, the point of a review is to persuade you into
no, but you know why he's saying
not even
this,
persuading,
right?
It's understanding, yeah.
You know why he's saying this? He's trying to set up the fact that if you have a negative criticism about something, you will force your viewpoint onto someone and they will no longer be able to enjoy it. And it's like, I feel like that's what he's setting up here.
That's such Ruby fan mentality. That's so.
It is.
I don't like those mean critics. They made me not like this Ruby.
Has anyone ever seen Anthe and Canon Seeker in the same room?
I was about to say.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I've seen what Seeker looks like in real life. They actually look kind of similar.
Oh my god.
Not the most similar, but they pull it off.
Also, let's clarify. This is Ruby Stan logic. Let's not talk. We're not talking about all fans out there. We're just talking about the crazies here.
Yeah.
Oh, we made Manga Common go crazy in the chat.
Yeah, he got triggered. He got so triggered. You're still suffering from the Ruby hate, buddy.
All right, Dedarex, you want a fun prompt for this one? Manga Common as Michael from the room going, no! 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 God, no! Please, God, no! No!
He's just surrounded by like Ruby posters.
Yes! It's like Canon Seeker and Anth. All right.
Oh, you had to deal with Ruby fans today? I'm so sorry.
Oh, shit.
And ideas of the work. When referencing specifics, it's in order to bolster the argument that the themes are fundamentally wrong.
He keeps throwing out the word fundamentally, and I think he fundamentally doesn't understand what fundamentally means.
Yeah.
What does he have to say about this video?
Oh god, this is gonna be interesting. No. This is a terrible video.
A bad criticism, a bad critique about a bad critique. It's bad critiques all the way down.
Bad critiqueception, baby.
Made a video a while back on plot holes that garnered a lot of negativity at the time, mainly from people who argued that holes in logic and plot were essential to criticize. You had to focus on them, and to an extent that makes sense, right? The plot is the story, right?
No one seems to actually know what a plot hole is.
What?
And all those plot holes...
It is a gap in logic that contradicts that contradicts or either forgets about elements that came prior. Like,
Patrick Willems is a
it.
fucking hack.
Yeah, Patrick Willems is a goddamn hack.
Yeah. People complain.
And he has no hair. I know that's not relevant, but I get the feeling he's very sensitive about it, and I want to insult him.
This video, the responses to it, that's how I found Manga Commons channel.
I have more respect. I just realized I have more respect for Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, for embracing his baldness in every facet by shaving his head down completely, than I do Patrick Willems, who keeps trying to hide he's still balding. Sorry, I know that's not really like constructive or anything, but I just find that
but we're not responding to Patrick Willems' video. We're responding to Ant's video, so we can go ham on that.
And about they don't actually matter.
By criticizing plot holes, we'd understand some deeper truth about storytelling, right?
A plot hole
depends
is a
on the
point in
plot
which a story breaks a previously
If it's a
established
major
rule
plot hole,
about its
then
own
yes.
universe. So here's what are not plot holes.
Something that happens off screen when a character does something he would do, a plot contrivance. Something that is explained in the movie.
These critics seem to believe that by understanding the technical flow of a plot, that you'll understand all the components of storytelling.
No one says this.
It's the other way around. Understanding the underlying mechanics of storytelling help you understand a plot. Like that's like you're getting it backwards.
Yeah, that's
your entire view of media is backwards.
Yeah, are there like I don't know, and who is he even talking about? Like, are there people? I mean, obviously there probably wouldn't be anyone who says these things, but like, who implicitly does this? Like in actuality, like who does that?
Dederex, yes. I mean The Office. It's Michael from The Office. That's the character.
The Office. No, yeah, okay, yeah.
Not The Room. The Office.
Also, if you're gonna talk about plot holes, give an example. Don't try to explain what a plot hole is. Just show me an example of a plot hole. You've shown me 700 clips already. You can't show me one of a plot hole in a movie?
Well, that is a problem. Is because he's piggybacking on Willems, who does not also show an example of a plot hole in his video because it would destroy his video. Because a plot hole, a significant plot hole that destroys a film, will actually be like, oh yeah, no, that makes complete sense to complain about. What's your problem?
Shit. I disagree. The way a film makes you feel is more important than the plot as written on the plot summary.
Okay,
God,
but if
he's one of these freaking.
If a movie makes me feel,
I am going to be angry at it.
If a movie makes me feel as if it's poorly written, I'm going to be angry.
Like, what?
All right. Okay. Mark it down. 6 minutes, 43 seconds into the video is the moment all 4 members of Team Jack threw up their hands and went,
I can afford to do it. I'm a robot.
I want to, like, you guys got to realize, I was reading the comment, but I didn't read it out. Manga comment, here comes the point where I punched the wall and walked away from this video. I think we know what the point was.
Yeah, this is the one. Dude, no. He's doing the feels over. Like, no. The plot is written in a way that it is in order to evoke the emotion out of you. However, that's why we experience storytelling. That's why we want to be entertained. But a story can be more, I guess, as you can say, deserving, for lack of a better term, of the emotions that are evoked than not. If the plot isn't well written and it tries to make you feel bad for a scene, like, for example, there's like a scene in an anime. I don't remember which one because it's probably pretty fucking bad. There's a scene in this anime where there's a chick that is talking about like the death of their brother or something. While in the shower or whatever. And then the freaking camera just shoves itself up her ass.
Jesus.
Like just takes you out of that scene that it wants you to take it seriously in every other aspect. It wants me to feel something, but it also wants me to feel this. What the fuck is this?
Oh my god. It's just literally Cage of Eden. It's Cage of Eden. Except that's all Cage of Eden is.
So I remember you showing the fucking dinosaurs in that, and like the lady in the forefront that's like wearing basically oh god, it's hilarious.
The guy being chomped to death by an Andrewsuchus. And the girl with the wind blowing up her skirt so that you can see her panties in the forefront.
As legit as it can get, as legit as it gets, says sounds like Code Geass. I was going to mark Code Geass season 2. Like, I love Code Geass. I love season 2. Like, there's some really great shit in there, but especially when Callan is in her nightmare,
dude.
It takes every opportunity to show off her ass, and it's like I didn't notice it because I was just so young, I wasn't really actually paying attention to it. But like, I mean, I said I was in college, but at the same time, like, I just wasn't looking for it. But like now, it's like, wow, that is really just did that. Why? But I was gonna say, okay, so there's a deeper level to this because you can, through camera angles, filters, light exposure, musical usage, sound usage, you can evoke a lot of feelings through just visual and audio alone without any kind of narrative attachment. You can do quite a bit visually and audibly to enact those emotions. And that's what a lot of art house stuff is used to explore. A lot of art house films are like just a chair sitting in the middle of a room with a couple of windows. And like there's a whole exploration there on the feeling of loneliness and isolation and such. That's what that's typically good for, and they're only usually good in about 10-minute spurts. They are not typically massive, self-contained narratives. And that's the trick, is that narrative storytelling makes use of its media. It takes advantage of it in order to try and emphasize the narrative, to further emphasize the emotions that are being told in the story. In a well-written story, it's trying to accentuate them. So in a book, you might have a change of font in an important moment where like something changes or a character is like possessed and you have something speaking. It's like, there are ways you can use that. You can have formatting changes in a book. In a movie, it's all about
narrative
lighting,
shorthand.
positioning.
I think that's what it's about.
Yeah, narrative
what you were
shorthand,
describing.
but visual elements, audio elements that change up the feel of a scene to better accentuate what's going on in the scene. In a video game, you might give your players choices, or even choices they don't even realize are there by having their actions take center stage. There are ways to utilize the media you are in to accentuate the story, but the key fundamental center of it is that it is there as an accent to the narrative.
Yeah.
It is not in itself the story or the thing that you are supposed to be paying most attention to.
Yeah, and if that's not the case, why do movies have stories at all? Why do we even create freaking schools to teach people how to create this freaking thing?
If it was, if it really was vibes only, no plot, then Fantasia from Disney would be the best movie of all time because there's no plot. It's just good vibes. If it was all vibes, no plot, then we wouldn't have books, only orchestral songs with no lyrics, so you can't get that pesky plot in there.
Yeah.
Buffoonish.
Izanagi says, or did I miss Greater Bar? Great Bar says Ruby makes you feel what's like to be a dumb person.
Yes, unironically.
Izanagi says, so the media's mechanics evoke emotions to serve the story. Yes, Iza.
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Agree with
100%.
us harder, dude.
And like, okay, Madoka Magica, like I think if you break it down, isn't super complex. I don't think it's a relatively straightforward, Faustian bargain story. But my God, they use the visual paradigm and the audio paradigm, like the music by what's her name? I'm blanking.
Yuki Kajira?
Yuki Kajira. They use her music and they use the visual design as Shaft laid forward and all the interesting art styles they put into the witches to tell this story, and they elevate it. They make it even better than it was. But that's because it was already good to begin with.
You can also have a big emotional reaction to something, but still acknowledge that it was a bad... okay, so I've been watching Disney. Sorry, I keep referencing Disney. I've been watching so many Disney. I watched The Fox and the Hound, and I cried. I bawled my eyes out at the end. Just like a big baby, blubbering mess, crying.
Same.
But it's not a good movie. The story's bad, and I was sitting there like, why am I crying? I'm crying because I don't like animals getting hurt, but I can have an emotional reaction. I can have a feeling to it. But still acknowledge that the story could have been better.
You know what? Here's the example on my end. Bumblebee. When Bumblebee was confirmed, I actually felt a little bit happy. I felt a little giddy, all right? I did a little... like I did a squee when it actually happened, and it was finally over with. But then my brain was still working the entire time, so it's not like I was completely swept up in the moment because the mechanics of the story were friggin' awful.
My example would actually be Magi, the first season of Magi: The Labyrinth of Magic, where there's this whole element to the final arc of the first season where they're dealing with a lot of political shit in there. There is an entire the country that they're in is falling apart, and they're fighting against the corrupt monarchy who is being used as a puppet regime in order for another country to take over this country and to make it part of their country and all that kind of stuff. Watch Magi, it's really good.
It is good.
It's better than Ruby.
I was gonna say, if you watch Magi, it's basically a shonen, but it's also kind of like Ruby, but better. It's good.
It literally is meant to be like RWBY, but it is better because all of the characters are based off of the characters from the 1001 Nights. Even Scheherazade is in there. Scheherazade is a character in Magi. But anyway, like there is a scene at the end of the season where Aladdin, the Magi, like one of the final things that he does is that he reminds people that everyone will go back to the Ruch when they die. And then in order to show that, he just uses his magic to like take people from the Ruch and have them so that they can be visible to all of the living people, and then they come down as ghosts and say hi to all their still living loved ones for like 5 seconds before they leave again. And I'm like crying, but I also have my arms across my chest because I'm so fucking angry.
Yeah. But yeah, this man has missed like just so much of the fucking boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are more components to a film and its story than just the plot. That is the written
shit. People talk about those elements all the time. What?
They occur. A lot more happens beyond the plot.
A ghost appears.
Here we go. Oh, hi, Ghost.
Oh, Ghosty.
Reminder, is this the original Ringer, or maybe...
My recent video essay comparing the film Excalibur to the works of Zack Snyder focused on the way Snyder and Excalibur failed to employ their character.
What the fuck was that?
Why did he haunt us? Was that like the ring?
Have we been cursed?
Yeah, what?
Fuck!
Yeah,
Fuck!
What was that? What was that for?
I think what he was trying to do was trying to show the tension of the scene, and not realize I'm sitting here. I'm like, okay, a ghost appears. Great.
Yeah,
what's going on?
Basics.
Not knowing any of the context, I didn't know who that guy was. I don't know what the ghost was.
Yeah.
For all I know, that ghost is going to walk up and kiss him because I've watched read too many manga at this point. Like you got to actually establish this magical thing called context, which sets up and supports the things that happen in the current. In the words of a particular reviewer, you have to prepare and then deliberate so you can have consequences. You guys will get that later. No,
I get it. At least.
Yeah.
I get it.
But no, the point is, you wanted to emphasize how lighting and camera work and acting can be elements that actually make a scene. Yet all you accidentally did was just make us all confused.
Manga comment said what he was doing was trying to make people out that they are just describing what happens in the plot, but don't go into detail about it.
That's bullshit.
But that's freaking stupid. That's not true.
Also, in one of the stupid clips he showed earlier about the guy talking about Andor, he was talking about the cinematography and stuff and how it was good.
All right,
and so
let's
goes
quickly
against what he's saying.
let's quickly just imagine for ourselves a scenario. This is our boy Yugioh. That's his name now. Our boy Yugioh. He's walked into this haunted house after hearing whispers that there are cookies in here. All right, that's the story. That's it.
All right.
And maybe it was his mother. Maybe it was like some kind of like ghostly apparition of his mother that was whispering to him. So that's why he walked into this place. So
right.
You can tell just through the nature of the camera angles in the scene how uneasy I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a way to actually contextualize this, but I don't have the fucking context. I need to make a fucking story about Yugioh and his cookies. I'm so angry right now.
Like I can use cinematography techniques to understand this is supposed to be scary, but I don't know what's happening. I'm not scared. Yeah. I know it's supposed to be scary.
For all I know, this could be this guy's dream. Like, this is a crazy dream sequence that is a part of a longer story.
Yeah.
Like when I was in my classes for this shit, because I did go to school for 3D animation, and in that we did have a class about camera and mood and lighting and music and atmosphere and all of that. And each of us had to go into small groups of like 3 people and then watch different out of context movie clips.
Yep.
And the one that we got happened to be from the movie Hannibal, the first Hannibal movie, Silence of the Lambs, I think it was. Yeah. Just the reporter going into the jail cell, or going into the jail to talk to Hannibal for the first time, and her leaving and then kind of running back to him, and we had to explain like what was going on thematically and all that in the scene. For one thing, that was us like having to actually like study it in depth for a period of several minutes, going over it again and again and again, just for that one scene to see everything that was going on. 2, that was a much longer clip, so we got much more of the context than what he's showing. And 3, like, not all of us got everything. I only got, like, the main point of that scene right at the end when we were telling the teacher everything that we had learned about that, and it just clicked at that moment that, the scene at the very end when she's running back is meant to be like she sees him as safety in comparison to all of the other inmates in the jail.
Like this thing that he's doing here. Like, if the whole point is just to understand that this moment's supposed to be scary, you could just put a jump scare on screen. Because that'll scare you for a second, but that won't tell you anything about the story or characters or anything, and that's no better than what this clip is doing.
But Critter, that elicits an emotion. Aren't you feeling something? That means it worked.
Yeah, I'm feeling annoyed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, what someone in the chat says this great bar was all like, "Damn you, Anthony! Where'd you hide the context? Show it to me! Where?
Where's that name?
Why did you say that name?"
Like, I don't really understand like why he's using this. Like, if he wanted to show tension or something without showing people like going into detail about it, he could have used a much different clip or a much different video with something that would give us a better indication of what he's talking about. But he doesn't. He just is assuming that we know what he's talking about by virtue of him putting the images on screen.
Like, he could have just broken down this scene to tell us what are the aspects of the scene that isn't plot related that he thinks is a good indication of like what it's for, what it's about, or whatever. Like, there's a good channel called Replay Value that does that a lot with anime. He talks about directing techniques all the time. Great channel, go watch it. But this guy doesn't even do that. And I'm not saying he should make the whole video about that or waste like 5 minutes on it. But a scene this short, you can probably do a short spiel about that just to give people an idea what you're talking about.
I was going to say, like, a good equivalent to this is a scene that I can actually reference is there's a scene in the original Halloween by John Carpenter where Laurie Strode, the main protagonist, is up against a wall. I don't know if she's holding a knife or something, but she's terrified out of her fucking mind. And off to the side, you have a doorway that's completely shrouded in shadow. And as the camera lingers there, just looking at her as she's breathing, hyperventilating, terrified, you just start seeing this white mask appear in the shadows beyond the door. And it's very interesting when you hear the director commentary on that, where the idea isn't that he's coming out of the shadows. What's actually happening, at least what they tried to simulate with that scene, is that your eyes are adjusting to the darkness, and he's always been standing in that one spot this entire time. And they did that all in camera, and they did that to try and evoke that specific feeling. And you can definitely go into detail about discussing about all of that. But you know what helps support that? The fact that you have a crazy serial killer running around that's very effective at killing people, so you know what you're being terrified of.
There's a great, it's one of my favorite scenes in a somewhat recent horror film. I'm not going to say the name of the film, I'm just going to describe to you the scene. So it's this tracking shot where we follow this woman into her kitchen, and she's standing at her kitchen, and she's like doing dishes. She hears a noise. It's like her daughter in a room nearby. And we've been following her this whole time. She hears the noise, and then she leaves the shot. And then we just linger on this shot. No one's in frame. It's just that spot where we left in the kitchen where she was doing the dishes. And we stay there for maybe a minute, and then she comes back. Did that sound scary?
No.
Did anything of what I just described sound scary or thrilling or tense at all?
Not really.
No.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you the name of the movie, and it's going to add some context. The name of the movie is The Invisible Man.
Oh.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what makes it scary.
Right.
Context.
Enjoy this trend.
Okay.
To get snacks.
Go
Okay.
get your snackies.
Go get your snacks. Come back and then give us all a bunch of money.
Yep.
You've been riding on our free will, or goodwill too long, Kamen Rider, getting free shout outs. How dare you by being a popular YouTuber? I'm kidding, of course. We love having you here. Get your snacks.
Yes.
But yeah,
it's a rare sight.
Might actually be fun to have him on for like a Ruby themed thing at some point or whatever.
My recent video essay
Maybe
comparing the
list.
film Excalibur to the works of Zack Snyder focused on the way Snyder and Excalibur failed to employ their characters effectively. From a plot standpoint, Excalibur works perfectly fine. There are several events that happen, and while a few plot beats come out of nowhere, on paper, it's the story of King Arthur.
No, okay.
Wait.
One. Oh, a few plot beats come out of nowhere. You don't elaborate at all on what that means. That could mean literally anything from a dragon flew in and burned the village to the ground, killing everyone except one of our main protagonists. So I don't fucking know. And two, the story of King Arthur is one of the most convoluted pieces of shit in all of history, man. Lancelot is literally a fanfiction self-insert OC who stole Guinevere because the French wanted to get the dunk on fucking Arthur. Like, on the English. Like, you want to talk about... it doesn't have a stable narrative because it's legend and folklore. It doesn't have a stable, written, codified history. So I don't know. What plot are you referring to?
Hey, chat.
Right.
What's more convoluted, the Legend of King Arthur or Homestuck?
Oh Lord.
Homestuck. Easy.
I don't know. I can tell I'm not gonna like what answer we get, no matter which we. I assumed this was Homestuck. I never.
It's Homestuck's to lose.
But...
like that's.
Oh, media says Arthur. Okay, you're like 1v.
Media because you're a contrarian. That's it.
No way. Ellipsis Mark says it's about equal. So you know.
So I find this fascinating. You're using this as a defense. That is baffling to me.
Swear faith to me, and you shall have mercy. I need battle lords such as you.
What the film faltered in was characterization.
That's pretty characterizing right fucking there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, what do you mean by the, like, you said on paper the plot makes sense because it's King Arthur. And then you said, oh, but the characterization is bad. But you're looking at the mechanics of the characters. And the characters exist in a plot. They don't exist outside of the plot. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why did he pick that clip? Why did he pick that Fandango movie clips watermarked clip? Because it didn't explain.
It out, dude. Jesus.
It didn't explain the lack of characterization he's trying to address. It didn't bring up any out of nowhere plot points that he's trying to address. It didn't explain how the greatness of King Arthur is enough of a story to be justification for those things to not be as good. Why did you pick that clip? Because you could find it on YouTube.
That's probably why. I bet that's probably why. This man doesn't look like he doesn't sound like he actually prepares shit.
Yeah.
Oh God, I had a point. Okay, so here's an interesting point that I've actually wanted to talk about before, and I think I might have mentioned it here, but I can't remember. We're at episode 25. By the way, we're at episode 25 of Team Jacked. Yay!
Fuck yeah!
How 24-hour stream 100. I'm kidding. We're not doing that.
Jesus Christ.
I'd do it.
Yeah, I could probably. I think it'd be fun.
Hell no, I like sleeping.
Oh, you can sleep. We can hold on the fort, and you can come back when you're awake.
Yeah.
What? Do we just take shifts?
I mean, effectively, we have guests on. I imagine.
Yeah, that would be fun.
But the point is, like, there is very rarely a plot that exists outside of the characters enacting it. So, like, the ones that I can think of are, like, the 80s disaster films where you have a meteor hurtling towards Earth or a volcano exploding, a force of nature, an element of nature that has no motive other than it is a thing that exists and is now causing problems for the people that exist around it. But oftentimes...
2012.
But oftentimes, those stories also have characters within them that are enacting their own means and gains. How those people survive then creates further conflict that can then be explored by the story. So I don't know where the fuck you're trying to separate them like they're two distinct entities. They are not.
Yeah, they have a symbiotic relationship. Sure, they're not completely the same, of course, but one directly contributes to the other.
I was gonna say, get rid of all the characters in Star Wars.
What do you
Nothing
got?
happens. What do you have a couple of spaceships just floating in space, I guess. They're just not doing anything.
It's such a weird argument to make. Like, you can understand arguing that emotion is as important as these things, but not that... This is weird.
This is weird. I don't know if this man knows what he wants.
And how it rushed through its themes. But on the other hand, dismissing the film's stunning visuals and music in order to focus on just the plot and how the plot flows is a huge disservice to Excalibur.
Wait a goddamn second. Wait a second. The reason why people don't usually talk about things like the directing or the lighting or the music, to be honest, has to do with the fact that most people aren't necessarily good or educated about those particular aspects of filmmaking. Not everyone is like replay value. We talk about the plot because everyone, even freaking James down the street, understands the basic of a story. You were told a story as a child, so there you go. That doesn't mean that we think, or any of the YouTubers that you have shown thus far think, that the plot is the most important or the only important part of a story. It's just a component that it's easy to compartmentalize in a video. When you're making a video, you gotta make the video in a way that people can understand. Anthony,
Deterix, I saw the new art. It's great. Thank you so much. It's perfect.
What did he do?
What did he do? Suggestion.
Yeah. Oh, and he even has Crow. Dude, okay, for context, Manga Comment has a huge hate boner towards Crow from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, which, in retrospect, since I started rewatching 5Ds, I don't know. Granted, I haven't gotten into the sort of later portions of the series.
Why do they have 5 dicks in that one?
They have 5 dragons. Critter, gosh,
I like you.
You're like, it's like that fucking Zelda meme where like freaking Link is talking to that old, I don't know, woman or man or whatever, and it's like, I can't be with Sidon. He's a guy. I can't remember exactly how he goes on, but he's like, he's a shark person. 2 dicks. Maybe more.
Mediocrity Force says 5D's not. Get out. Get out of here. Get the fuck out. Yeah, that was bad, and both of y'all should feel bad.
But yeah, no, it's. Let's just continue the video. This man is insane.
Yeah, we've gone a little away.
You don't need to study cinematography to get it. It's also
yes, you do.
The easiest thing to lie about. Because, frankly, most people do not follow every component of the plot as it unfolds before them. For the sake of argument, consider...
All right, we're getting people missing information. That's...
Yes.
This is like the first legitimate thing you've said so far.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you have not proven
people on
that
the
this
internet
is a
lie.
widespread issue.
High powered. Why would people go on the internet and lie?
That's insane. Only people with real opinions and are on the internet. Like, there's only honesty on the internet. Come on. Don't say such things.
I've been looking at the chapters that this video has on YouTube. We've just entered the chapter that's titled Plot, Audience Intelligence, and Blade Runner.
Oh dear.
Oh, I heard really interesting things about this section. Let's go.
Oh,
now, keep in mind, I haven't watched Blade Runner, so I don't know anything about it.
I have watched Blade Runner, and I will get out my opinion before we go into this because it's important. I love Blade Runner. It is a well-told story. It is actually very, very good with its symbolism and such. It is a very slow and plotting story, and it took me 2 watches to get through. It is and I am someone who can actually be relatively patient with a film.
Sure.
It takes some effort, guys. It's a great film, but it is not for everyone, and some people are going to check out, unfortunately, because it is so slow.
It's not for everybody.
It took...
Which is why I want to be in the mood to actually get into it. I always wanted to.
I would probably do well watching this film, but I've also taken like an hour to figure out that what I was watching was actually a bootleg of 2012 and not the actual 2012. when my cousin wanted to watch it.
Okay, let's be fair though. 2012's quality matches bootleg quality, so...
Are you sure? Because most of the bootleg movie that we watched was just people running away from various very small incidents, and like the majority of it was just, let's hide in this car. Oh no, the car is compromised. Let's get out of the car and go into this other car. Oh no, now this car is compromised. Let's go into another car.
Why are you just describing
Sounds like
2012?
2012 to me.
Like, the only difference is it's not cars. It's just like we go from car to plane to RV, I think to car again.
It's on the same highway. It's on the same barren highway.
Was it like the Asylum version of 2012?
It was like someone's they spent like $1,000 on this film.
So yeah, it might have been the Asylum's version. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
If you can track that down, that might be hilarious to watch.
Dude, we can group watch the Asylum films if they're not like, copyright.
Oh, I think they might be, but we'll look into that in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Blade Runner. One of the essential sci-fi films of the 80s. The film is on paper about a police officer, Deckard, a Blade Runner, hunting down rogue androids, known as replicants, from space. He finds them...
Boss Moment Great Bar says, so I have a bit of criticism for this, and it's for later on in the video. Notice he will give a summary of Blade Runner here. Keep this in mind when he doesn't for another film. Okay, interesting.
Oh.
Cool.
Exterminates them, and then runs away with a woman he is infatuated with who also happens to be a replicant. On paper, this sounds unremarkable, cliche almost. So much of this story is told.
A lot of stories can sound very unremarkable on paper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also,
like, what?
Do you think he knows this was a book first?
Okay,
written in like the 40s or something?
I'm gonna actually push back on that because this and its book are nothing alike. I think this was, I think, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah.
Yeah. They are. That's more. I think it's either a short story or a novella. It's nowhere near as fleshed out as the film.
I heard it's a novella.
Yeah. It's a similar case to, the Arnold Schwarzenegger film, the one about he goes to Mars.
Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Jingle all the way.
Yeah.
My favorite Schwarzenegger movie, the best one.
Because I've read the inspiration for Total Recall, and that's wild as a difference because that's a pure comedy. It's a pure comedy that got adapted into a high octane action film. It's really kind of cool.
Interesting.
But it's a similar situation with Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep.
However, through subtle means outside of the main plot. For one, Deckard always looks miserable. Hunting replicants is never shown.
That's just Harrison Ford.
Well,
exciting and thrilling. One replicant runs from Deckard before being gunned down. The final replicant, Batty, chases Deckard across the city and ultimately saves him before talking about the nature of life and passing away.
I've seen things.
Oh, do you want
pausing for copyright?
Yeah, I'm about to say.
For the record,
But,
for as much as I have grievances with the films, this is one of the most beautiful fucking moments in cinema, and I will never hear anyone say a bad thing about it.
People wouldn't believe.
We're shown these dark, crowded streets promoting life on the off-world colonies.
Okay.
We're seeing an overpopulated city and the promise of somewhere better.
But all of these are elements of the story, of the plot.
Yeah.
It makes sense that in a dystopian sci-fi setting, that in the plot, the streets would be crowded, which I would presume, because I haven't seen the movie, it makes sense because that makes the chase scenes more tense and sensible. The layout has to be outlined before you even write it.
Like, you're talking about the background narrative of the world and the setting. Like, that's what you're trying to set up here very clearly. You're saying that there is an underlying story to this, and there is. It's actually very interesting. They didn't bring in a set designer. They brought in a futurist, someone whose entire life is geared around trying to envision what the future will look like. They brought someone in who is actually very skilled at this and who I don't think has ever been matched for the quality of it. And he envisioned this version of the future that's beautiful, but also so dystopian. Like, but he did it based upon a lot of real world things that were happening. Like, a lot of it's very heavily based on Hong Kong and Tokyo for a reason, because they were rising powers in the 80s. Like, there's a whole reason why this was all made. And it doesn't go overlooked. Like, that's a big thing I want to point out here. People harp on about how much detail and love and care is put into every other technical element of the story of Blade Runner.
I was say, this is freaking Blade Runner we're talking about, people. One of the most celebrated sci-fi movies
and
ever
you want to know why that's all good? Because it all comes back around to being a firm, strong backbone for the main narrative. It's almost like it all fits together.
Walking right into the point and still missing it.
But they talk about all of these different elements of the story all the time. I haven't seen the film myself, but I've seen a few reviews of the movie, and they all mention these things.
For anyone that doesn't have the time to watch the full film, I just recommend loading up the original soundtrack by Vangelis. It's fucking incredible. Even today, you get synthwave shit that just cannot compare. It is so goddamn good. I love it. I will play it when I'm driving down the road. It is good.
So these colonies are being built primarily through the slave labor of the replicants, who are given only 4 years to live. And many replicants are so human that it's almost impossible to tell them apart without exact tests. And some of these replicants don't even realize that they're human.
She doesn't know. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
They don't realize they're human?
Possible to tell them apart
That must
without
be
exact
a slip
tests.
up.
And some of these
I would imagine
replicants
that's a slip of the tongue.
don't even realize that they're human.
That they're not human.
One hell of a slip up.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't a slip because I'm giving them benefit of the doubt, because that is like the whole underlying question of the film is there are replicants out there that become and are more human than the humans. That's the whole central conflict. Is Roy Batty demonstrates through this film a strict desire to live and learn and grow and be a person.
Is the villain's name Batty?
Batty. B-A-T-T-Y.
Oh, I was like, and villain McBad boy.
And then compare it with Deckard, who's basically living in a dull, tired, repetitive life, and is kind of like, he's not living anymore. And he's become so numb to what the actions he's taken that you get the question, like, he starts to question himself and everyone, like, is he even human at this point? Is he more robotic than the robots he's trying to chase down? That's the whole central conflict, and it all comes together in the main plot. Ah!
Yeah.
Ah! Sorry, you seem so blind.
So close.
Raymond is no longer a phoenix right now. He has become a parakeet.
No, he's become Moltres from freaking.
He's on fire and yelling.
I'm the American Woodek right now. Mark! Back! Just an angry version of it.
No. She's beginning to suspect, I think.
Suspect?
I'm fine with it, Pete. I've been spoiled before.
Commerce.
A blanket plot summary would overlook these key details of the film.
Agree, which is why most people don't do it.
Does he just not understand what log lines are?
Is he legitimately, is he boiling down online criticism just summarization? Is that it?
Motherfucker.
I mean, he is an online critic.
If he's talking about the kinds of people that he showed before, just some guy doesn't do this. Just a robot doesn't do this. I don't know what Tyrone isn't even a reviewer. Literature Devil definitely doesn't do this. Who the fuck are you talking about?
I can't think of even the worst critic. Like, even, God, they're gonna make me fucking defend CinemaSins. Even CinemaSins, which he referenced in his own video here, doesn't just blanketly state the plot in, like, the most barest bones summary, because everyone stretches because you need to stretch it. Longer form content does better. If you want to talk about rage baiting the algorithm, long form content works, so you would have to break down every smaller detail of the plot to make your videos longer.
Look what you did, Anthony. You're making us defend CinemaSins.
What a grave sin you have had us commit.
You have had us commit CinemaSin, and for that you will never be forgiven. You know, to be fair, honestly, CinemaSin sounds like the raddest fucking, like, action cop movie or, like, out of the 80s. Like, I could totally see it with the synth music, the CinemaSin in theaters now. Like, anyway, I'm angry they took that name.
Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? That's what it is to be a slave.
Now, I'm not here to talk about Blade Runner today, but I can if you ask me to.
No.
No. Never.
No.
Nah, I'm good.
In fact, I'm asking you explicitly to never let it leave your lips ever again.
Yeah. Please keep that shit to yourself. We don't want to see it.
Keep its name out of your goddamn mouth.
You goddamn.
Oh my God, Critter.
How dare you stand where they stood?
I need to send you that meme that I made for you like a while ago.
Yes.
I didn't want to send it to you, but it was around the time that you were going off on Seeker.
Oh God.
The point of this little exercise is to highlight how little some people engage with media outside of the plot. In fact, studios realized that audiences might not pick up on any of this. Any of the story, all this stuff beyond the plot, they wouldn't pick up on. That's why they forced Ridley Scott to make Harrison Ford spell out the subtext to audiences in one of the most widely criticized elements of the theatrical cut of Blade Runner.
They don't advertise for killers in a newspaper.
Okay, so I want to stop.
Look, you just said that people decry this moment in the movie. It's universally panned. Even I heard about this.
Yeah, the director.
What do you mean audiences wouldn't pick up on it? Clearly they did. That's why they hated this.
Yeah. Also, like, there's a lot that goes into it. There are some fans that actually really like the voiceover. There's a back and forth. There's a whole conversation about what it brings to the table, because some actually liken it to a lot of pop understanding of noir. Look, I'm gonna actually mention a really controversial YouTuber here that I happen to follow. But if you just ignore his politics, because he's very big on political commentary, but if you go over to his media stuff, he has a razor fist. I know a lot of people are not going to like Razor Fist. I don't blame you. He's very inflammatory. But he has one of the quintessential breakdowns of Blade Runner. And it helped me really understand how much love and care went into it, and just how much the story benefits from the development behind the scenes. And it made me appreciate the craft of storytelling that much more. It's such a good goddamn breakdown, and I cannot help but recommend it. It's really good. Just no, he will have the occasional inflammatory remark maybe sprinkled in. I don't think in that video, but if you go to the rest of his channel, just be warned, you're going to walk into a political minefield.
Yeah.
So if you're not interested in hearing his takes, just try to shield your eyes from it.
Or shield your ears, I guess.
That's why I don't follow some YouTubers, because it's like their content is supposed to be about books or comic books or whatever, but then they just like go off on screeds about some unrelated political thing that they're angry about, and I'm like, can you please just tell me about this bad book that I came here to listen to you rant about?
Now, to be fair, primarily Razor Fist is a political channel.
No, actually, he started out primarily as game journalism, or he was a counter game journalist.
Oh, right, he came out.
Yeah,
in
he started doing
Gamergate
political
times.
stuff around, I think, 2014.
Yeah,
he's a very old YouTuber when you actually break it down. Anyway, but I was gonna say, to your point, Twilight, that's why whenever I see frickin' Stephen King give any kind of political thing, I just look at him like, you're the man that wrote a child orgy into a book.
I remember so distinctly in high school. That's when I read it, and I was like reading it, and I'm like, this is great. I recommend it. It's got problems, but it's good. Hey, one of his better ones. I had just read The Dark Half, which was one of the dumbest books I've ever read, and I'm like, this is way better. And then there was suddenly a point where I'm like, don't read it. Ignore what I told you.
The principal, also CBF, the principal is on the money. I'm guessing what he says about like audiences not picking up on things. But the reception fumbles it. He should have used Demon Slayer instead. I mean, to be honest, that show does a really bad job just ham-fisting you the actual message of the story to you like friggin' constantly. Me and CBF and Lone Crit talked about this in the New Types podcast. We don't like it, but apparently a lot of people do. But it's probably for a bunch of other reasons other than just not picking up on these details. It's probably because, there are other elements to the story that they like that it just kind of distracts them. There you go.
There's a lot that goes into why corporate made that call. It was not purely about they won't get the story. There's a lot about it. So
from what I've experienced, it's not that they don't get it, it's that certain common audiences just don't know how to articulate it. Like, I had a roommate one time who was not into media literacy or anything like that. His specialty was like, I don't remember, sports or some shit. And I was like, what's your favorite movie? Yeah. I was like, what's your favorite movie? And I don't remember his answer. But I was like, why is it your favorite movie? And his response was, I don't know. And it's like, yeah, he hadn't thought of it, because critique and media literacy isn't his specialty. But he's not stupid. He would recognize a dumb movie when he saw it.
You didn't realize it, but your brain did. That's kind of the whole point of that expression.
Yep.
Harrison Ford's bored, exhausted narration, where he just tells you what's happening in front of you.
I'd quit because I'd had a belly full of killing, but then I'd rather be a killer than a victim. And that's exactly what Bryant's threat about little people meant.
This is widely seen as a big mistake. That being said, some bad media critics might need this. They might not get the plot otherwise, unless it's spelled out to them by bored Harrison Ford dragged back.
You
at,
conceited.
at 4 in the morning to read a script.
What an ass.
Yeah, what?
What an asshole! Okay, you're throwing up CinemaSins. God damn it, you're actually kind of... They do miss shit, but that's because they're idiots. Like, I mean...
Yeah, but Just a Robot isn't like that. Freaking Literature Devil isn't like that. He might be wrong in some cases, sure, but it's not like he misses the entire point of the thing that he's talking about. And Just Some Guy definitely doesn't have that problem. Who the fuck are you talking about?
Why did you have... He put so many other...
fucking name at your goddamn mouth!
Kite, you can't... You motherfucker, I just did that bit.
He put so many clips from so many YouTubers up in the first 3 minutes of this video that now I have to assume that he means to imply all this criticism towards all of those critics. But exemplify it. Show me the money. Give me the proof.
Well, I guess
if you just meant CinemaSins, why bring up just a robot or this guy or that guy or everyone else?
Yes.
Curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
Because if, let's say they might just shout plot hole whenever... Here's an example of a plot hole in Blade.
You want a plot hole is that jump cut. What the fuck?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Gonna make me Google CinemaSins' BladeRunner video now. Jesus.
Going to Orion, which is a star system deep in space. Way longer than the 4 years lifespan could ever allow you to travel.
Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
Okay, but now, it seems like here...
Fun fact, did you know that the Blade Runner universe and the Alien universe are actually one and the same?
Oh, that's interesting.
They take place in the same... Yes, they take place in the exact same universe. You know what they have in Alien? They have a replicant. They have an android. And they have space travel that can preserve people over great distances while they're sleeping. So...
Holy shit.
Very interesting that background detail, if you pay attention, you can see Weyland-Yutani's logo in the background of Blade Runner. And I'm pretty sure there's a reference to... Well, the android is the reference to Blade Runner, effectively.
And even then, even without that detail, I'm pretty sure the film established, at least from what other people have said, and even some of the clips that he showed, that there's already an establishment of space travel. So they probably, given that this is an advanced sci-fi
they
setting,
never elaborate on what
infer.
Kind of space travel. Like, in that moment, it could be establishing, oh yeah, we have the technology to do that.
Yeah. We just do not have that information. If a critic nitpicked about that, yeah, they wouldn't know what they're talking about, but I never seen anybody nitpick that. Ever.
Why would he use this as an example that the Harrison Ford narration is noted as the worst thing and was immediately removed from the better cuts? Also, this affects CinemaSins at best. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
it's
also ascribing malice to people that just miss things.
Yes. Why are you doing this? If anything, we should attribute you to malice. I'm not going to, but we should attribute you to malice because you scripted and wrote this video with criticizing these people in mind, and yet you're doing such a poor job giving us the understanding of why they have anything to do with what you're talking about. This is bad faith 101.
I don't want to sit through the 17-minute-long CinemaSins video to see if they address this Harrison Ford narration, but I'm willing to bet if they did, he would have used that clip instead of jumping to some random Skull Island clip for CinemaSins. Because if CinemaSins actually was that kind of critic that he's trying to exemplify them as, he would use a clip that showed that, but he didn't. So he's lying. He's twisting a narrative, and that pisses me off.
Let's see. To do PRP. So first, Great Bar. I already read that. Sorry. I thought you said earlier that plot holes don't include things that aren't explained by the story. That's why I scrolled back a little bit.
4 years lifespan could ever allow you to travel.
Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
Now, some might argue that's a technical plot hole. I argue it doesn't matter because the focus on that scene is to show.
I argue that's not a plot hole. They haven't established what limitations their space travel has.
Yes.
So that Batty has seen things, and all these moments will be lost.
He could have seen it on a fucking TV screen.
Bro, you don't know what a plot hole is. I don't think you should be talking about them. You legally illegal. Go to jail. You do not know what a plot hole is. Stop talking about it.
I'm sorry, sir. We need to take away your rights.
That's not a plot hole. That's being pedantic. You know?
Yeah.
That's like when people talk about Beauty and the Beast, and they're like, shouldn't he have been 10 if it's been 10 years and he's turning 21? That's not a plot hole. You're being pedantic. It's not
Anthony, stop using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Oh my god, Rex.
He was a child. Like, there was the backstory in the Christmas film when he was literally shown to be a child when he was transformed.
It's this man. I did not expect to come. Like, I came into this video really fucking good. Good example. I came into this video good faith, Anthe. I came into this with really good faith. I thought, you know what? Maybe he has a point. He's criticizing some people that I criticize. He's criticizing one guy that I typically don't, but maybe he has a point. We'll see. And oh my God, we haven't even gotten to them, and you're just shitting the bed.
12 minutes of just kind of rambling, I'm gonna say, about not good points.
Mm-hmm.
In time, like
tears and rain.
Don't try to ape off of a better performance. You cannot act it. I'm sorry.
And so I thought he said he wasn't going to talk about Blade Runner. He's still talking about Blade Runner.
Yeah.
The emotion is compelling. The technical details, who cares? The idea is that Batty has seen things, these things matter, and that in a few minutes, it'll be forgotten. The themes are more powerful than the technical elements of the plot. But if you approached every film like a...
His whole
Let me cook. Let me cook right now. Give me the goddamn spoon.
You get the spoon. I'm going to be over here crying.
Okay. Anthony, unlike my friend here, I'm going to give you this as verbosely as possible. You are sounding very uneducated. Because the thing is, the point of a story, yes, as you have been establishing through this whole time, is to evoke emotions from the audience, to sell the illusion of these events and things like that. The thing is, though, is that let me ask you this question. Remove all the context of Blade Runner and you have that scene. Would the film's themes still resonate with you?
No.
Probably not. Probably not, because you would have no idea what the fuck is going on. You have no idea how these characters have even gotten there, what time of day it was, whether they were even in danger or not. You just see this scene out of context, and it's a little neat, I guess, but it's not as meaningful because there aren't any of the moving parts that make it a story that gave you those emotions. There's this stupid. Here's a big aspect of media criticism or media critique that I absolutely fucking despise, and that so many people have said, which is that what he just said here, that the emotion is more important. No, we get these emotions because we as humans relate images and shapes and figures and things like that to specific emotions. And it's a film's job to visually, or whatever way possible, give you that information to elicit them properly. If the film messes up in the craft of its writing, it would more than likely fail to give you those emotions. Imagine the scene in Arcane where freaking
don't spoil anything.
Careful.
Don't spoil anything. No.
Wait. Okay, remember.
I'll stop you right there. Let me just say my short little piece here. It's
ahead.
a lot less verbose than yours. Hey, Ant. That's a nice house that you have there. It's a good thing that it wasn't made on a sandy beach, isn't it? Because the foundations of the house are important for the rest of it to stay the way that it is.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
without this, you got nothing.
I was gonna say, look at all those books behind you. Have you never read a book and it was so powerful it brought you to tears because of the technical plot within those pages? But then I was looking at his books, and that's all comic books. Yeah. Those are all just comic books with manga. No, I don't think he ever has read a book.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's some up there in the top left. I think that might be the Game of Thrones series up there.
Maybe.
But like, it's still like it outnumbers it like 5-1.
I think he just bought those for the image that he will look like an intellectual if he has a bookshelf behind him when he's on screen.
I'll reserve judgment on that. But fact of the matter is that like, oh my god, I've seen this so many times, and actually being confronted with it face to face in the year of our Lord 2024 is ridiculous. But fact of the matter is, is that these filmmakers aren't just trying to give you these emotions just because. They're going to write these things in a way that makes sense with them. What if you're talking about everybody's feelings about film is valid, okay? It's everybody's opinion, man. And yet you're actually like advocating for the lacking of opinion.
You are dismissing other people's opinions by saying everyone's opinions matter, man. That is a wiggle phrase to try and get out of actually having a critical discussion. That is I don't want to talk about this anymore because I don't feel good.
Yeah, this is such
what about
turn
the
your
mechanics?
brain off energy.
Exactly, that's exactly what this is.
Just enjoy it. Just turn your brain off. Those plot holes aren't important.
What if the mechanics of the plot are what I am emotional about? Is what I care about and what a lot of people in my audience care about. Gee, is that experience valid? Should I not have that in my freaking videos? It's not like I'm being dishonest.
It's almost like if I see two characters go through absolute hell trying to get back together with one another, and every single beat of the film is them going through a hardship and working through it gradually, bit by bit, and at the very end of the film, they reunite, and it is this tearful reunion. If I didn't have any of that buildup, I wouldn't have had any of the emotion there. You have to establish that shit and then build through it, and it has to be consistent. Because if suddenly, just for no reason, they are suddenly in the same room, and it completely undermines the entire purpose of what you're trying to do there. Like, if they just magically get teleported halfway through their journey to be with each other, well, great, yeah, it's heartwarming, I guess, but it's also like, you could have had something even greater there.
If emotions were the only thing that mattered in a story and not the quality of the story itself and its execution, then I'm pretty sure that ghost scene that you had earlier would have really resonated with us.
Yeah, in fact, the film that you said was bad, Excalibur, gee, there's probably a lot of emotions people felt about that film.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
it's
so
actually
easy.
good.
God. It's so easy to do this when it's like one of the most critically acclaimed films of all time. Let's get one of the most like negatively reviewed films. You know, let's bring up Birdemic. You know, something like that. Food Fight or whatever.
Dude, no, we can pull a Mahler here and just bring up the freaking Room. The Room has some themes in it about the importance in the dissolution of relationships and connections with other people. But guess what? It's not conveyed very well, so it ends up being a disaster piece. But of course, if the emotion is all that's important, in this case, laughter, I guess. But if the intended emotion is important, then that film would be an objective masterpiece.
See, that's the thing is, this is always a fascinating thing. You always have to ask this guy the question of, what about a film like The Room? What about it? Like, is The Room a good movie then?
Yes, is the freaking linchpin to all of these dumbasses' arguments.
Great Bar says, by the way, so do you want one example of CinemaSins' unique critique on BladeRunner? He says the movie is too dystopian.
Ha! That sounds like a CinemaSins thing.
That sounds correct. That sounds like them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Or could we bring up the entire Twilight series or 50 Shades of Grey when it comes to emotions? Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't really bring up emotions in Twilight or 50 Shades of Grey because there barely is any emotion in either of those series.
Exactly, yo.
Folding Ideas is a YouTube channel, and they have 3 great videos breaking down the 50 Shades of Grey films.
Yes.
Right. Even though they're bad.
Yeah,
Do you think the only thing he said in all 3 of his videos was just, there's plot points that don't make sense?
Also,
it's almost like,
the fuck talks about Blade Runner and doesn't talk about the themes?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah. It's like the heart of the film is the thematic storytelling. And let's also be clear here. Characters can themselves be inconsistent. Characters can cause plot holes. And if they are inconsistent or cause plot holes, those are cause for concern. Sometimes you can undermine the important themes that you have by accidentally providing a counterexample that shuts them completely down. I'm trying to
Which
think
is what literally happens in The Last Jedi. This is a big point in freaking Mahler's review of The Last Jedi, that nothing that happens in the movie makes sense with the intended themes. He went on about this for like 10 minutes.
Did we not just talk about Rebel Moon?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh God, I cannot wait. Cannot wait for the extended version where that giant Dommy Mommy spaceship comes out. That was a real screenshot. Please tell me that was a real screenshot.
Oh, that would be great.
I would be so happy if they became the best movies of all time. I would be
legitimately, that would be amazing.
It would.
A CinemaSins
We're gonna have a Darling in
Then
the
you'd say,
France
"Oh, plot hole. This movie's bad." Like, who cares?
What?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect your enjoyment.
No.
Plot holes have a degree of severity. It's all cumulative towards a totality, and sometimes you can get a lot of small plot holes that, in the grand scheme of things, aren't really that impactful. They're just kind of minor annoyances along the road.
Yeah, that's what nitpicks are. Also, motherfucker, don't think I didn't caught that. Who the fuck told you what my enjoyment is?
Yeah.
My enjoyment is whatever the fuck I decided to be. You have no right to dictate that. I thought it was all subjective, asshole. Are you serious?
This is going to make me completely change my opinion on what bad critique is. Forget what I said earlier about Roger Ebert. Bad critique is when you put your opinions on other people.
Yeah.
Correct.
I never say people who think Bumblebee is a good ship are dumb and they just don't understand.
No,
I just say I don't like how it was done. But that's my opinion because that's what critique is. This asshole is coming in here acting like he knows the mindset of every viewer of every critique ever.
All right. Let me just say this right now. Hot freaking take. People like I'm gonna name names right now. People like Ant, people like Cosmonaut Variety Hour, people like High Top Films, people like Patrick Willems, people like Lily fucking Orchard. Every single time they say all of this crap about opinions, they are lying to you. This is a power play. When they say, "Oh, it's just an opinion," or "all opinions are valid," this is newspeak, okay? This is bullshit. It's complete snake oil, okay? They're trying to sell snake oil to you right now. They are trying to control your opinions, because if they say that when they're actually saying something even more demonstrably shitty than that, then like they can just get away with it because, oh, I just prefaced this, you know, I invited the audience, I honeypotted you motherfuckers. So now you're going to take the bait. That's what this is.
Kaiser, you came to the point of his video about critics lying to you, but going in the complete opposite direction.
Yes! But I can prove it. Dude, if you guys want me to make a counter video to this, I will do it.
Oh God. Oh God.
I have not watched High Top Films or Cosmonaut in quite a while, but I don't remember them like doing that. So I was like, I would not really want to compare them to Lily Orchard.
Well, no, not to the same degree, obviously not. But they pull the same verbiage. Because why? It's usually because they're so defensive that everybody actually, you know, uses their standards when it comes to critiquing a film that they say is good, but is actually kind of bad when they use their standards. But they get defensive about it, so they say, "Oh, well, it's just opinion, or it's all subjective." I was gonna say,
dude. A good rule. It's an irritation I've been coming up with my response video. Is people do hide behind "it's in my opinion" a lot. The entire strength of your argument should be you have thought through everything else that could pierce your argument, and then also you should be prepared just in case something new presents itself that might also damage your argument. You need to steel man the opposition to your argument and present the steel man and why in some ways or in any way it might be a faulty assumption or a faulty thought process. Like,
which is
you need to take the bull by the horns and actually challenge yourself. That's the whole goal of discussion of this shit.
Which is why I did this exact thing in my freaking video, so in the free run video, some people said that, hey, you were a little bit too verbose when you were outlining each of the two arguments that you were doing. And you know what I said to that? I am arguing what these motherfuckers are believing better than they do. When Ant literally believes that, oh, freaking Freeren's demons, or the way it portrays demons in its story, is going to embolden racists in real life to do some weird shit, or it reinforces some racist ideologies or racial essentialism crap. I outlined exactly what that argument is before completely dismantling it piece by freaking piece. That's what you're supposed to do.
Sky Slasher says, if YouTube critics can't be trusted and you're all critics, what is the implication? We're all lying to you. Don't take anything we say seriously. In fact, discard us, leave us alone. In fact, you could harm us instantly. You see, if you pay us money, then the IRS will come for us and take that money and hurt us.
We're all actually just AI.
Pay us $10,000 and you can shut us up forever.
Exactly.
I don't know why he saved my life. Maybe in those last moments he loved life more than he ever had before.
Part of the reason why the question if Deckard is a replicant annoys me is because people get caught up in the technicalities and not the why. The question
That's how they enjoy the film, asshole! Let them do it!
So important because it forces audiences to question human nature. As they say in the film,
it's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
Wait a minute.
Now that question.
Hold on. If wait a minute. Why wouldn't the question I'm guessing the what was it? What's
take
the
a breath,
word
use your words.
Yeah, take your breath, take a breath, use your words.
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry. So this mystery that people have been having, or theory crafting of whether or not Deckard, this character, is or is not a replicant, wouldn't that reinforce the themes of Blade Runner?
What I was going to say
about the point of humanity and all that stuff.
There's actually a point of irritation that people have with the sequel 2049, where they confirm one way or another whether or not he is a replicant. It's actually really annoying because it ends up completely defeating the purpose of the original. It's a reason why people I think very fairly criticize that film. The purpose of the original is that he is fucking human. He is human, and he has been led down a path and beaten down so much in his life, led by this society, that he has become inhuman. And the robot is more fucking human than he is. That is the whole thesis of the film. Right there, distilled right in front of you. Everything in this film surrounds the point that humanity is losing grip of its humanity, and there is now a new sentient force that is gaining a grip of humanity. It's like, that's the whole point of it. So, I don't know what point he's making here. I don't know why we're suddenly talking about Blade Runner when we're supposed to be talking about fucking critics.
Yeah, I don't know why who's this imaginary nobody that he's mad at who didn't like Blade Runner because of the plot?
Yeah, what? Like, I think what he's trying to say is that the people he's describing there, theory crafting Deckard, whether or not he's human or whatever, in Blade Runner, are the same as these mystery critics that only care about the plot and never talk about anything else. Is that to him, they fulfilled the same problem, which is that they don't focus on the things that he think matters, in which case this is completely false because everybody already does, because it's fucking Blade Runner.
All right.
Maybe in those last moments he loved life more than he ever had before.
Part of the reason why the question if Deckard is a replicant annoys me is because people get caught up in the technicalities and not the why. The question being unanswered is so important because it forces audiences to question human nature. As they say in the film,
it's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
Now that question is more profound than an hour-long fan theory video breaking down the evidence for this theory.
No.
The theory is told.
Not necessarily.
Hey, it could be someone breaking down why that could matter in one way or the other. Like,
Yeah,
like
it
that.
can be
that
an interesting debate.
wait, now are you criticizing people for actually breaking down the themes?
Who are you mad at?
Who are you mad at?
Yeah, like seriously, like what do we do with people who theory craft? Should we put them in the gulag? Do we kill them in Minecraft? Like,
no,
what?
you
Do
just
we-
want to consume.
Are the critics
Do
who
we
agree
duel
with you
them
right
in
now?
Yugioh? Do we play a shadow game?
I don't. This man hurts my brain.
Old in brush strokes on a canvas, not a chart. It's impressionistic, not
A
concrete.
chart? No, oh my god, shut up.
No, motherfucker, it's a binary.
impressionistic.
Either you can either explore is Deckard a replicant or is Deckard not a replicant, and then you go in those different directions and see where it leads. Because that's the beauty of it, is even though I think very clearly the film wants to say that he is human, you can interpret it, and what's great is it works on both levels. You can actually look at it as if he is a replicant and what that might mean for him. Like, there is a whole extra level of analysis you can have by understanding, by questioning whether or not he is human at base. Understanding whether or not he's human is the question. And whether or not he's a replicant misses the entire point of that.
Also, why is he mad at this point?
Yeah,
it doesn't
know.
change. No one's telling him he has to try to deconstruct whether or not he thinks one way or the other. He's just mad at a hypothetical someone else exploring this piece of media in a way that he personally wouldn't want to do so.
Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah, he's just looking at a bunch of people playing in the sand, building a castle, and he's like, why are you building a castle, stupid? Just play with the sand.
Just play with the sand, just pick it up with your fingers and then drop it back into the pile.
Dedorex,
You don't
honestly-
need to have to make a castle with it. Making a castle with it is just pretentious. You're being a pretentious dick.
I have an opinion shield if you want to use it.
Yeah, I was gonna
Sweet.
say, like, if we might have to talk about emotes at some point. I would love for you to do some emotes for the channel.
Oh hell yeah.
The thing is with bad media criticism, the ultimate point is to keep you engaged. That's why the Sins ticker goes up. That's why a new criticism is made every second.
And that's why your video is 48 minutes long. Hi, what was that thing about projection I mentioned earlier? Nice to meet you.
More vitriolic than the last. If you think about some of the criticisms critically, you'll pick them apart. Good media criticism forces you to reevaluate a text, and even if you disagree, you might have at least thought about it. Erroneous criticism.
That's what these other people do, and that's what you haven't done, because now all I'm thinking is that I'd rather be watching Blade Runner right now than go through your freaking video.
Honestly, we are 13 minutes in, and I don't know what you're fucking talking about anymore. Like, I have legitimately lost the plot on who you're complaining about.
It's just vague posting. I hate this.
It is.
I
hate
hate
it.
vague posting.
Lily does the same thing, and this motherfucker criticizes her for doing it in his own freaking live stream.
This man
responses
is
to
only
her
good of
videos.
criticizing a projection of himself.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my
I'm
god.
definitely guilty of. You know, they might make you, that's when you make an error once or twice or 3 times. It's in good faith, but you might make an error about something.
How many? Do we have a count on the errors he's made so far?
No.
Because I think it exceeds.
We
2 or
should have
3.
kept a counter. We should have made a counter for that.
No, but then we'd be CinemaSins, and we've
We
already
have one
seen
counter. We have one counter, and it's manga common was right once.
Wait a second. Wait a second. We can be Birdman instead. Birdman's great.
Yeah. Or
Birdman's
the
cool.
Birdman.
And then that still forces you to go, hey, wait a second, that's wrong. And then the critic, if they're being in good faith, will go, oh, you're right. I am wrong. I apologize.
Right, but you
Or
have
to
you
send
have
a
almost
revised
never done that. You
Hit
almost never
pause.
do that.
Oh, I'm mad about something. It's because you're gonna get me so
Go
spiced.
ahead.
It's opinions.
Bitter critter. It's great.
It's a point about opinions. If there's no right and wrong in critique, he sits there, he sits there and he honestly thinks these weird asinine things that we disagree with. But we can't sit here and say back to him, no, you're wrong for feeling that way. And he's not going to be like, oh yes, you're right, I am wrong for feeling this way. Because it's opinion based. That's the whole point of critique. How can you walk directly into the point, smack your big forehead into it, and still not get it?
Here's one of the biggest problems about these opinion-brained assholes on the internet. They do not understand what the word opinion even means. And my friend Periodic Pete made a great video called Is Art Subjective or Is Art Objective? And it's great for breaking down the exact, like, the cacophony of this bullshit debate that's been going on. But the point is that what your feelings about a film, we can't take those things away from you. That's why the freaking argument that people like Just Right make, which is that, oh, if you make a bad review of make a review that is critiquing a thing and calling it bad, you're taking somebody's enjoyment away from it, is bullshit. People enjoy what they want to, regardless of what you say. And if your words convince them that maybe this film isn't worth the feelings that you put into it, then that's not a bad thing. That's just giving them more information, because they were probably basing their enjoyment of the film based on the preconception that it was critically good.
I don't understand how he can have like a whole 13-minute rant about how it's not about the plot, it's about vibes. But now he's making the argument of, oh, but if someone tells you you're factually incorrect about something, you will know that you have been factually incorrect. Like, you can't vibe facts. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's not like the critic won't push back. It'd be like, no, I wasn't wrong. If you look here, there's another reference that actually proves that I'm right. Like, it creates... Yeah. Anthony, I don't know if this might scare you or not, but it creates a thing called a discussion. It helps. It's this thing called communication and discussion, where humans share information with one another and try to work through shared experiences to try and ascertain what the truth of the matter is. Like,
hilariously, that Mel Brooks quote he showed earlier is a great example of that. Mel Brooks talking to Spielberg about I don't remember the name of the movie.
Life is Beautiful, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's always one of those things about art and media is, when you break it down, is there some sort of truth about a media? It's an interesting, like, philosophical thought, is like, if you were to break down and somehow ascertain all of the correct facts about a piece of media or a writing or whatever story, is there some deep truth to it? Or is it always going to be colored by someone's perspective? Is it always going to be shifted in some way? Is there something that you can dig deeper that's always going to be the core of it? Or I don't know how to describe it. Like, I'm not wording it right, but it always goes down to the argument of, like, I don't think art is completely subjective. I think there is an objective level to, like, the craft in play, to the nature of things in play, but there's a subjective...
I have an answer to this.
Oh, go for it.
I have an answer to this. It's called intersubjectivity. That's what it is. What we created, the practice of critique is an axiom that, of course, we created. Like, art is things that we created. And there's, like, no necessarily an objective to that, but we can create a standard within that subjective lens. And the more consistent that lens is, the better.
Philip Schwartz, by the way, is being an enabler of Unleash the Bitter.
Yes.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. It's so good.
It's the thing, like, I can, like, acknowledge, like, Wonder Woman 84, and famously not liked film. Most people did not like it.
It's an awful film. I love it.
Yeah.
And if you asked me to break it down from a critique standpoint, I could find all the ways people didn't like it. But also, I did enjoy it. And I can understand that my enjoyment and my critiques are in opposition of each other, but that's just kind of how it works out, because the things I like it for don't have to do with the critiques side of things.
What's great
that can also exist.
It's the same thing with me, and because I've mentioned this a couple of times when talking to some people in the Tundra about criticism and enjoyment and quality of media. I know that Vandred is garbage, but I still enjoy Vandred. I can still enjoy it because I know that it's not really meant to be taken seriously. It's literally a men are from Mars, but women are from Venus, but literally kind of anime. Do you think that it's meant to be some high fucking art?
Dog, I love 90s and 80s anime OVAs. Do you think there is, and most of them are pretty dog water in terms of storytelling. One of my favorite ones is MD Geist, and that one barely has much of a story. It's just vignettes of this cyberpunk, basically Mad Max motherfucker killing people for about 3 episodes. And it's so good because it's so fun. It's high octane. It's energy. And none of it makes any sense whatsoever. But I don't care.
There's also something that's being completely left out of this conversation. There is enjoyment to be found in being critical.
Correct.
I
Why would
love
we do,
Wonder Woman 1984 because it is such a hot garbage fire of a film. Like, when you break down that film, there is nothing that works right except for Pedro Pascal as Max Lord. But like,
he's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
But like, it's fascinating how much fun is to be had in that film. But just being like, wow, that's fucking ridiculous. She's lassoing the fucking clouds and lightning to fly.
Buddy, I'm pretty sure. Buddy, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be critiquing Lily Orchard if you didn't enjoy doing it. I mean, I would imagine if you did, because you had to be some kind of crazy to do it. And don't worry, man, I'm there with you. I got a 48-minute video with Periodic all about it.
If it wasn't for my enjoyment of critique, I would want to have nothing to do with RWBY. I enjoy shitting on RWBY and talking about how bad it is. It brings me a lot of joy.
That's why I said Rebel Moon was my new favorite worst movie, because it was so fun with how bad it was. But also, like I liked Wonder Woman 84. Celtic did not. But if we sat down and watched it, and we sat and went scene by scene pointing out what we did and didn't like, I'm not going to magically make him like the woman, and he's not going to magically make me not like Wonder Woman. You know?
Yeah. I'll say this, and that's the thing, is it's not the reason that I couldn't see why Critter likes it. It's actually a surprisingly charming film. Like, it's bad on a technical level, but there's an earnest nature to it that just feels like someone got a lot of money to make their dream project and did not think it through. And that has a lot of charisma to it. It's so much fun. And it's like, we could sit down, we could have a good time with that. And here's another interesting thing about it is sometimes it also feels good to be angry. Negative emotions are, in a way, can be... So, like, I was over there screaming at the wall when you were talking about Blade Runner. I mean, sure, the short-term emotion is negative, but in the long term, there's a cathartic release. There's a reason why we like sad films or films that make us angry or material that enrages us. There is something cathartic about all these different mixed emotions that you can get out of not only film itself, but criticism.
I love Anomalisa. It made me feel like shit by the end of it.
I loved Mamoru Penguin Drum. I never want to fucking watch that series again. It made me actively depressed.
I loved The Curse that just came out. I could not recommend it to anyone because it is so horribly uncomfortable, but it was done amazingly.
Yeah.
Sky Slasher says he's also ignoring critics who seek to entertain. Look at Kid Icarus. His videos are reviews, but he's more about making jokes about his experience. And you know what was great about Kid Icarus?
Or High Boy.
He's
does
very
the same
honest
thing.
with his opinion, and it's more of an impression series. Kid Icarus is very upfront, very informative, and very much like tries to give what he's playing a fair shake. I think he's wrong at some points, but like it's very rare that I find any disagreement where, like, even if I like a game that he's playing and he's having an issue with it, I'm like, yeah, I can see where someone would be irritated by that.
Yeah. And every single one of these people talk about other things aside from just the plot. So what the fuck are we talking about? Why are we here? What are we being lied about again? I mean, I guess I know because we're YouTubers ourselves, we may have an incentive to defense here, but like, I don't know any of these people personally. Like, I've just watched them for a while, but even I admit when they get things wrong. Mahler's completely wrong about Avatar: The Last Airbender, the first one, not the Netflix one, you know, but like I still appreciate his opinion on the freaking MCU. among other things.
The thing is, I know he has very, very firm critiques about Winter Soldier. I love that film to death. I don't want to hear the critiques.
Yeah.
I
And
recognize
that's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. I fully recognize that's it's a soft spot in my heart because I love that film so much. It's what really made me connect to the MCU on a much deeper level. And I understand that it's a raw point for me, so I don't want to hear criticism. Maybe one day I'll sit down and actually watch that EFAP. Maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah. Like in the reverse, I heard that there was a video that is in defense of Kirito's character from Sora Online. I'm already a little bit set in my ways about that, but doesn't mean I'm not curious about that video. Maybe I'll break it down in a live stream someday. Stay tuned on the Kaiser Shonen channel. But fact of the matter is, like, if there's a critique of something that I think I'm not gonna like some reviews of Invincible Season 2, I'm not gonna fucking watch it, and that's okay.
But you two have examples. This guy is just vague posting about nothing.
Yeah.
I see.
God damn.
That's what we call pulling a lily.
Yeah.
Argument. That's good faith criticism. Bad faith criticism comes from the approach that I am right, you're wrong, no matter what you say I am right, and I will always be right even if you point out every error I made and spelled it out to me.
Projection!
I was gonna say, says the man that's asserting that.
I would love to go scrolling through the comment section of this video to see all the times he admits that he was right or wrong.
Yeah.
Random discourse is full of self-contradictory phrases that people love to say a lot but don't actually adhere to. Chief among them is, I respect your opinion even though I disagree with it. This is an oxymoron.
That is...
that is...
No, it's not.
It's
not.
Like,
I was gonna say she's being stupid there. Like, that's very clear.
Yeah, but
that might be the first. That might be the first actual relevant clip you fucking played.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Because I understood the context enough to what you were saying and why someone was saying it, and it actually proved your point. Holy shit, man. You've done a video essay 14 minutes in, and he's finally done a video essay. Everyone give him a golf clap, please.
Yeah. Actually, is there the sound effects or the soundboards allowed here?
Yeah, there should be.
Golf claps, golf claps, golf claps.
Just probably clap.
Golf.
It's like uproarious Jeopardy style.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the key difference. The refusal to accept when you are wrong.
If you're negative,
I'm sure you have no
wow,
problem
how
with that.
ironic.
Okay. Spy X Family, okay.
You're gonna have the screeching of
This is
1,000
actually
illiterate
Lily's
fucksticks descend upon you like
Dungeon
a horde
Measure
of...
video. I remember.
Did she have a problem with Spy X Family?
You know what? You should rewind a little bit and pay attention to what she is saying here. She liked Spy X Family, but pay attention to what she's actually saying.
That worries me more, actually.
This is an oxymoron.
That is the key difference. The refusal to accept when you are wrong.
If you're negative, you're gonna have the screeching of 1,000 illiterate fucksticks descend upon you like a horde of sweaty, unwashed, transphobic bats.
And the insistence
Basically, if you didn't agree with me, you must be transphobic and ugly.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
is her argument. That is her main argument.
Yeah, that's literally Lily's whole thing. She hates it when people, even in her own audience that aren't really being assholes, disagree with her. But the thing is, Anthony, I agree with you that Lily's a bitch. Funny how you actually grow a couple brain cells when it comes to Lily Orchard. Very curious. But here's the thing, though, dude. You are pulling the same thing. You literally pulled aside a bunch of people who are playing in the sand, theory crafting about whether or not Deckard is a replicant or not, and you're calling them bad and stupid for doing it.
He didn't even pull people aside. We don't know who he's talking about in that entire segment.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But you see, the difference is Blade Runner's a movie he really likes. And he doesn't like Lily Orchard.
I really like, and I enjoy it this way, and everybody has to enjoy it the same way that I do.
If someone comes up to me and says, I didn't like Blade Runner, and I'm like, is it because it was slow? Typically the response is going to be yes. And I'm like, legit, I understand.
Okay.
It's just because it is a slow film. It can be a slog of a film to get through. It's very unfortunate, but it's just how the movie is made.
Yep.
I don't see a problem with that. There's no problem with that, with people having disagreement on things.
Yeah.
like I said, I don't even necessarily like the film like in an enjoyment way. I'm fascinated by it as a construct.
Right.
Also, fight me in real life, Ryan.
Please don't still respect little Twilight's opinions about Kmart if I disagree with something that people can do.
Twy and I disagree with on things like in Kingdom Hearts. Like that's a whole thing. It's like we're allowed to. It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
Twilight will only kill some people. It's fine.
Yeah, blink twice, Raymond.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
Bad media criticism's ultimate.
That was about Starfield. I remember that clip.
With freaking heel versus babyface. That isn't in response to him being told he was wrong. It's just during a live stream while he's playing a game. What are you talking about? That doesn't prove your point.
Yeah, he's not being told he's wrong. He's raging out over a feature in a game.
Put Lily back on, dude. Clearly, you actually are at your best when you're fighting in your weight class.
A lot of
I'll be right back.
a lot of ants. These clips that just keep peppering the video, almost out of context, is just like people talking about politically hot button topics and stuff, and I don't get why, because this isn't a video about quote unquote woke things or politics or whatever, but every time he shows one that has a critique, it's always them yelling about like SJW stuff, woke stuff, pronoun stuff, and like those are bad, and I feel like he's putting these like obviously bad takes from these obviously somewhat bigoted people, or definitely bigoted people, and putting them in his video. So then it makes him look better by comparison because he's not sitting there screaming about pronouns, but it's not actually making his point better. It's just
not really. You're just putting you're just putting yourself against a freaking old man screeching at the clouds. Like, yeah, of course. In most
the annoying thing about this is that they're able to just take these out of context clips and then act as though that is bad criticism. But I imagine that if you actually look at any of these videos within context, they're talking about how, I don't know, maybe Baby Heelface or whatever his name is talking about like how the pronouns are more important in the media discourse than the actual problems of the game or what the fuck ever. Or that the game devs are more focusing on these elements of it than actually building the game properly. Things like that, because that is a problem that is happening with a lot of media and games right now.
Or here's the thing. He could just be expressing his opinion on an element of a game he doesn't like. Like, I know people, like, maybe he just doesn't like gender-neutral pronouns. I mean, to each their own on
right.
Well,
I get it. I get it. But
like
it's so funny.
Maybe he doesn't like that. Maybe he just doesn't like that from whatever perspective he's sitting from. Maybe he doesn't like that, and he's just expressing his frustration over it. It doesn't have to be a strict critique. It can just be someone being like, "I don't like this thing." That I think that's what that was. Like, I know people say there's more to that clip. I've only seen that clip. And I've heard people try to defend
I've never seen the rest of it because it's in a live stream or whatever.
Yeah, because people clip that, share it around, that sort of stuff. But like, all the same, it could just be someone expressing an honest opinion on something. I don't like. It's during a live stream. I don't think there's a critique there necessarily. Like there might be more elsewhere, but you haven't provided context.
It's not helping his point. It's not helping make Ant's point more clear.
Yeah,
it's just. Some people are bad if they don't agree with you. Here's some bigots screaming about pronouns. Anyway, back to me, and it's like that was an unrelated speed bump that you
now
threw
look at the
in
bigot.
For
now
no
back
reason.
to me. Now look at the bigot. Now back to me. Now look at the floor.
Like either way, there's nothing really here to talk about when it comes to any of this, because he doesn't talk about the context. He doesn't add why these guys' opinions are bad. He just lets them be there, and then they're supposed to sit and fester, and you're supposed to assume that the out of context thing that they're talking about is bad because it is out of context.
It's like
Dude,
we're walking down the
Hello
road.
Future. This is
it was
what
like-
Hello.
You go.
Go ahead.
Damn it.
Here you go.
Okay, fine. It's like walking down the fucking road, having a conversation with this guy, and periodically, randomly, he just pulls out a gun and shoots a dog on the path. And you ask why, and he just keeps on with the conversation.
Yeah.
Like I don't. Maybe the dog was rabid, and you could see that with your weird like night vision or something. I don't know. But
This is like what
fucking
Hello
wild.
Future Me did in his Rings of Power video when he brought up a bunch of different YouTubers who may or may not be political to say that, oh, all these people are bad faith, but on freaking steroids, dude. Because I'll give Hello Future Me some credit. At least he bothered to show the clips that longer than 10 goddamn seconds. Holy shit.
And yet, during that whole 7-minute ramble about the bad people who don't like BladeRunner the way I do, not a single clip to be seen. But now that we're out of that territory, now it's back to posting a million out-of-context clips from random people.
Yes.
We're expressing weirdly political opinions, like very targeted direction. It's
Curious.
I have to wonder. I wonder if maybe he put like Lily and Anita in here. I mean, they said they put Anita in here to complain about EFAP, but like I wonder if he put them in here to like soften the fact that he's only complaining about like anti-SJW stuff and try to like, I don't know, say he's even-handed, like giving a false pretense of moderateism.
I mean, I guess you could say that's also why he has freaking just some guy there, because he's also progressive as far as I'm aware.
Great Bar says, if giving context Heels versus Babyface was mad at a clone and thought it was a trans character because used male DNA when they're a female, he even asks her on it and she says, I had a lot of donors for creation.
So he was proven wrong. So he probably took it back, right?
I don't know what the circumstance of that was. It sounds like
me neither.
Yeah.
Even the context is still confusing.
Yeah, like it's one of those times where like there are things that I've seen Heel talk about that I like. Fuck, he had a whole rant about the fucking Golem game.
Yeah,
remember that came out, everyone. That was like that. He has some good moments, but he's a very just heated, reactionary kind of person. I don't really take him for deep critical discussion. It's more other people that he surrounds himself with that I think have more cogent opinions.
Also, Rival, he has a great joke here. There you are, watching your favorite YouTuber, when suddenly you're a bigot. You didn't want this. You didn't choose this, but you are now a bigot.
Oh God, we have to. I have it on the list.
Happens
we have to
me
watch
all the time.
We have to watch extra credits. They have some fucking awful takes.
The extra credits video.
We're going through the whole list: CinemaSins, the like Nostalgia Critic, extra credits, the list of things I used to watch and now regret.
Yeah.
Well, no, like that's always a thing. It's like I don't regret that. It's just like cherish it for what it was, not for what it is. And even if it was shit, cherish it for what it did for you at that time.
I just wonder, when Ant sat down to write this script for this video,
Well, that's a presumption.
I can't help but wonder what was going through his mind, because that clip from Lily Orchard's Dungeon Meshi video was only a couple of days before he posted this one. So seems so
I don't think
all
it was
over
written.
the
It sounds
place.
like you say it sounds like a ramble. I think it is just a ramble.
It is.
It
sounds like
I think
it's
maybe
a
he has
name.
some bullet points on a sheet of paper, but I don't think he's like being all that cogent.
Head empty, only bigot destroying thoughts.
Can we watch extra credits next week?
No
we might be
brain.
finishing this next week because honestly, it's getting late and we're only 14 minutes in.
Yeah.
Let's try to get 20. Let's try to get to 20. At
yeah,
least.
at least
Okay,
get halfway
you have
through.
this video pulled up, right? Where is the next major break?
Oh, I hold on. I
Actually, I'll
got rid
pull
of
it
it
I can pull
because
it
I
up.
was looking up CinemaSins is stupid, and now I'm gonna get 100 CinemaSins
Kong
videos
Skull
recommended
Island.
to me because I was
Oh, no.
trying to find out.
Put it.
Taking one for the
Look for
team.
it in look for it. Oops.
In private
It
mode?
looks like
Yeah, private
17
window.
minutes. It looks like we have another 2 minutes before we hit like he starts talking about Madvocate. So not
I don't know
Matt?
why it took me so long to say private window. This video must be killing my brain.
I meant literature devil. I mixed them up
Oh,
because they
literature.
both use like they both have similar like icons.
His
I
next
guess.
section, when we get to the
When
when we get to the 17-minute mark, his next chapter is called Hyper Emphasizing the Negative and Removing Theme.
Oh dear.
Oh
Oh,
my
God.
god. It's this theme shit. Like the theme, if all it takes for you to enjoy to say that a film is good is the themes, why don't you just go out and go to church? They have sermons all the freaking time.
I was gonna say,
goal, though, is to supplant the original media in your mind. And the way
What?
they do that...
Fucking
No!
One minute. Let's.
Bad
What?
media criticism's ultimate goal,
That's
though,
not
is to
criticism, that was an
supplant
opinion.
the original media in your mind. And the way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up. Characters.
Shut up.
Wait,
You hear
No.
that?
wait.
Every single viewer is a dumb goldfish that can't formulate their own
seriously.
thoughts. You just need to absorb whatever bullshit you hear
I
from
fucking hate
YouTube.
this. I hate it when nothing will turn me off of you as a creator more when you disrespect your friggin' audience. What the fuck was that?
You mean
Yeah.
make shit up, or how about erasing shit? Like the fact that you
Yeah.
called someone a homophobe and then lied about it to
Lied
everyone's
about
face.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pulling that right back up in your face, motherfucker.
Jesus
Great Bar
fucking
says,
Christ.
if allowed to recommend, I do Bob's vid, one on CinemaSins, or Lily Orchard and Toxic Criticism. That's actually not a bad thing. If someone could add that to the list.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because like we have a couple of, like, I know we definitely have a Lily Orchard video or two.
We do.
Like I think we have Lily Orchard's, it's not a video, but it's her list of writing tips.
I have them all.
Yep.
I went and looked for them. I have them all.
We have that on there.
I remember, like, a couple days ago, I had, like, a thought, and I put it in chat about something we could do. I don't remember what it was. I was definitely drinking when I thought.
Well, we can probably find it if it's in the chat.
Example 1 of why I don't drink.
Oh, someone was recommending like a drinking game at some point.
Nah.
Yeah, no, I am.
Yeah.
One, those are typically more fun in person. And two,
yes,
I do not want to see, I never want to see what I'm like drunk. I genuinely fear for myself.
I know when I'm like drunk, I'm hilarious, but also I shouldn't be allowed on YouTube.
Oh shit!
I thought that was just like when we're doing off the cuff reactions.
I never want to be drunk in front of any of you, in front of anybody. I don't like being drunk. It just makes the noises shut up inside my brain when I drink.
Critter just goes into like her closet
Have
so
you
that her boyfriend doesn't see her and just like has her bottle of vodka or whatever.
Goal.
I don't know what you drink.
Absinthe, only absinthe. Anyway.
To
I
supplant
like Foster's and artsy fartsy berry beers.
the original media in your mind. And the way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up.
Characters as powerful as Dream, or as supposedly perfect as Superman, are well liked and aren't usually considered Mary Sue's, is because the plot doesn't treat them as such. If a fresh-faced farm boy who's never even seen a sword suddenly picks one up, and without any kind of outside
making shit up?
One minute. Let's see where he's going with this.
by divine or supernatural aid, defeats a war veteran of 15 years in single combat,
Inside space station and pick up a sword to make an impossible shot without a targeting computer.
What's this from?
Okay, so this is why Ray is a Mary Sue. That's what this video is covering.
Oh right, yeah.
And it's covering like why other characters are not considered Mary Sue's compared to her.
Was his two? He used Dream, a literal God.
Well, yeah, but you can still have a story featuring or starring like a god or a powerful god and not have them necessarily be a Mary Sue. I mean, of course, it depends on your definition of it, but my definition is if their power is in service to the story in a way that doesn't break it, then they're not a Sue.
Yeah, I was gonna say a Mary Sue. I think like the most broad definition of it is someone who around which the story bends. Like that's typically the most, I think, acceptable version of it. Though you get everyone that try to get into like nitty gritty details or specific definitions that try and fit their pet thing. That's always been the one for me. Is it's always been around someone whom the story and characters bend.
Yeah.
So change veteran to moon-sized space station and pick up a sword to make an impossible shot without a targeting computer. And this is, I know this is
what? Oh, his so you're
annotation.
comparing this to freaking Luke?
Yes.
Are you freaking serious? That's
Yeah.
freaking bullshit.
Yeah,
Luke
he
is
tries
not a
to-
Mary Sue.
No, he's saying that Luke isn't a Mary Sue, but Rey is for arbitrary reasons because I say so.
Well, no, I need to clarify here.
I thought this insert text is
is from
Ant
Ant because the stuff in the background, Literature Devil has a very clean editing style where he only uses bold text on
This
white
is
background. So
it's another different font change from Ant.
Yes.
Ant, what the hell are you doing?
How many font changes is that so far?
Oh my
4
God!
at this
Why does
point?
your font suddenly have a drop shadow? That would have been really useful on that thing that blends into the
Hey,
white
guys.
backgrounds.
Guys, how many font changes does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Well, a minute, we gotta see this point from the very beginning here.
Making shit up.
Characters as powerful as Dream, where
Oh, now you put it in black when it's against a white background. I'm glad you noticed.
supposedly perfect as Superman
Yeah.
are well liked and aren't usually considered Mary Sues is because the plot doesn't treat them as such. If a fresh-faced farm boy who's never even seen a sword suddenly picks one up and without any kind of outside divine or supernatural aid defeats a war veteran of 15 years in single combat, you likely just witnessed a
Also,
motherfucker,
I love
number one.
He said without
Number-
supernatural aid. What is the Force if not supernatural
supernatural.
aid?
Also,
Yeah.
Superman is very regularly considered a Mary Sue.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
and those
is.
people can go to hell.
Like the thing
He is the quintessential male Mary Sue, but often that is because he is written very poorly, and
Yes.
like that's ultimately what a Mary Sue is a poorly written character.
Yes.
And even then, the poorly written stuff are usually from the goddamn comics. They're not from the.
It
freaking
also ignores
cartoons and
that that freaking Superman and comics in general are so numerous and completely diverse with alternate realities and shit and discrepancies between different artists, different art teams and different writing teams. Like it's very hard to actually you gotta pick a version of Superman through which to compare,
Yeah.
which is the problem I would actually level at Literature Devil here. Like you gotta find a version of Superman and be very clear about why he is and why a different version is. I think that'd actually be a much more fair comparison.
Yes,
probably.
I also agree because I can guarantee the reason why Superman is such a hard, like Superman or Batman or any comic book character that has been around for more than 50 years is such a hard sell when it comes to whether or not they're a Mary Sue or not, is because they've been around for so long and because so many artists got their grubby little fingers on them. So like
it's not a single
it's
story.
hard to say what is definitively this character when there's been so many different versions of this character. I can almost guarantee you that if Rey was made back in the 40s and she has been in the comic book scene since then, and like 50 to 150 different people have written stories about her, there would guaranteed be stories about her that were well written and that nobody would
Yes.
consider her a Mary Sue because of it.
Yeah. Which is
so-
exactly what happens
is-
in I'm pretty sure there's like a comic book character that people consider a Sue, but when they're actually written well, that they're not. What's that character again? Oh yeah, freaking Superman.
But I was gonna say, like but now he's comparing directly in his little thought process here. In Literature Devil is directly comparing Rey against Luke, and
Yes.
he's right in his analysis here. And now Anth is being like, "Oh, make an impossible shot without targeting computer," but Literature Devil clearly said, without divine intervention.
Yeah, so you're the one making
which the
shit
Force
up,
is.
asshole.
The Force
You are
literally is.
taking
It's like,
this dude out of
Luke,
context.
trust in the Force. Luke trusts in the Force. He gives in to the spiritual essence of the world, and it
Which has
guides
been
him
built
to
up
victory.
throughout the movie.
Like, that's kind of a major element of the story.
Which has been built up throughout the movie. It didn't come completely out of nowhere. He was training for it throughout the film, and he already knows how to pilot, which was pre-established in the freaking story. So you're lying.
Yeah,
You're lying about literature.
You're
Devil.
off target. You're targeting the wrong part of Literature Devil's video.
It's weird. He's trying to make like an example of a point that Ant is trying to make an example of a point he's trying to make, but he's using a different point to try to make it. And it's like, if this is the problem you're having, this is different from the initial problem you were trying to address.
Dude, all four of us together can make a better version of this freaking video.
There's also, I'm
Christ.
pretty sure, at some point in Literature Devil's video, I'm pretty sure he acknowledges the various versions of Superman. I vaguely remember that. And even if he doesn't, I have seen enough of him, both interacting on streams and in his comments, to know that he would willingly acknowledge that there are versions of Superman that very clearly are Mary Sue's. I think he is intellectually honest enough to acknowledge that if he were challenged. So,
yes,
this is also another problem that I have with your video that I didn't realize before is you say these people won't admit to their wrongness, right? You say that these people will not change their minds. Yet, I'm pretty sure at least Literature Devil would. But I presume, though, because of how you've been behaving, you have not reached out to him and challenged him on any of this. You actually haven't gotten him in contact, and you're not. Your criticism.
You easily could have too.
You easily could have. I'm pretty sure he'd be open.
Also, dude, I don't want to hear all this. Oh, these people don't admit when they're wrong from the most stubborn mule of a Twitter user I have ever seen in my goddamn life. You serious? Pot calling kettle, motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
The Mary Sue moment.
Trained my entire life to master my senses. Where did you train? On a farm?
Okay, people don't like Man of Steel.
Yeah, I was gonna say one.
What?
Again, you have to see if he acknowledges at all different variations. But also, two, there's another element to consider in there, is that Superman has been living in Earth's atmosphere with his powers the entirety of his life.
Much longer.
And Zod has only just had access to them. It doesn't matter how much training you have. If you're not used to the abilities, you're also not going to know how to properly utilize
dunked
them.
on, yeah.
So, have you ever worked on a farm? That shit's hard.
Yeah. Oh.
I won't accept your military training unless if you trained like the ancient Romans.
No, he got ancient Spartans because he did 300. It's excellent.
Yeah, I guess.
They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better,
Wait
or
a
in
minute.
some
What do you
cases,
mean misrepresent scenes? Like how you've been misrepresenting all of the clips of all of these people the whole time?
You just misrepresented Literature Devil and just some guy.
Not only did you misrepresent him, you misrepresented him while he was directly contradicting you.
Even when, like he said, when he while the scene was playing frame by frame by frame. Pot calling kettle, douchebag. What the hell?
Lie.
So this is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
And don't worry, we're going to go in.
This is
Really?
pretty wild. In
'Cause
spite
I've
of mostly
only ever
positive
heard good
reviews
things
from both
about
sides of the
X-Men
culture
97.
war.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying critically, it's doing well on both sides of the culture war, but it's for some reason it's flopping financially or whatever you gauge with the streaming
Let me
service
see the
that you-
screenshots he shows.
How do you
So-
even gauge that? Because like it's mostly on like Disney Plus, isn't it?
Yeah, like Disney Plus is very stringent with their view rates.
Yes.
Disney's X-Men
So let's
97
see.
appears to be a complete
X-Men races to finish line with strong finale audience.
Flop in terms
Yeah,
of
those 5 comments is really gonna prove something
The
there,
finale,
dude.
according to Disney, viewership had been growing consistently over the 4 episodes leading to the finale.
Okay.
X-Men premiere, yeah.
But
so,
like, there's a problem here as well. Is that I don't know if anyone has access to the information. I don't trust anyone in these articles. Like the minute I hear, "Oh, streaming has been really good,"
yeah, why would they say that it flopped?
Okay, no, I'm getting distracted. Why are you even using sales as a fucking barometer for anything?
Oh my god.
Like,
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the writing. What I mean, if you're trying to say they lie, sure, but make it something actually relevant to a critical conversation.
And why are you doing the thing that companies do where they say that just because that thing made a lot of money that it must have been artistically good?
Yeah. It's also like do you know, like Lilo and Stitch
Dederex.
was considered a flop.
Oh, what
in
did he
theaters.
do?
It's so cute.
Oh.
It's a heartless love emoji.
Wait.
Yes, I saw that.
saw. But like, yeah,
That's
like Lilo and
perfect.
Stitch was considered a financial failure.
Yeah.
Labyrinth was considered a financial failure. The Black Cauldron was
Right.
considered a financial failure by a large margin, and those
Yeah.
they all are now critically loved with cult fan base, and so
And now they're remaking Lilo and Stitch to in
Yeah, not
live
only
action.
are they doing that, but they also made a show out of it that was like, I don't know, 100 episodes or some shit.
We got Pink Stitch, everyone. Sorry, I love how silly that is.
Angel.
Yeah.
the girl Stitch with the fur that looks a bit like boobs and eyelashes.
I
Her
wanted to
name's
forget about that
Angel,
part.
guys. Just because you can make fun of her for being a female version of Stitch doesn't mean that you can unperson her.
She is the best one. We all agree.
And don't worry, we're going to go into a couple examples of that soon enough. But
Finally! Fucking thank God!
Are you serious?
Thank you.
No,
You've
no,
had
this
15
is
minutes. Why
terrible.
didn't you do that earlier?
Yes. Why haven't you done that? Instead of just pulling sporadic clips of people saying things that may or may not even fit your point, how about you outline your thesis in the first 5 minutes and then show the examples immediately after?
Dederex,
and
why would you
break
think
them
that would
down?
stop anyone? That might actually make them more enticed.
What? Wait, what?
Dederex is like Girl Stitch, and remember, folks, they're cousins. It's just like,
Oh my god.
it's the internet, man. Why do you think that's stopping anyone?
Is it don't canonically they like have them romantically inclined to each other?
Yes, it is. I am pretty sure it is. They gave Stitch a girlfriend.
Yeah,
Is it
it's like,
actually? Are they actually cousins, or is it
No.
that thing like when we started up Pokemon Sun and Moon, and Professor Kukui kept calling me cousin, and I'm like, am I your cousin? And it's like, no, that's just like a cultural thing. Because they're in Hawaii with Lilo and Stitch. Is that just like a cultural thing to call everyone cousin?
I think it might be that that they consider themselves cousins because they're technically created by the same
Jumba.
being, even though that they aren't technically related to each other. So they just call themselves cousins.
Excalibur2343 says, remember the Stitch anime where Lilo ditches him? Smiley face.
Yes.
Yeah. Ohana means family.
Who just did that? Who the fuck just said that?
Hi.
That was Raymond.
Which one of you just became like a doppelganger?
Yes, I actually have a very good Stitch voice. I'm sorry.
That was like a soundboard.
But the question you might have is,
I used to
why would they
do
do
a
that?
really good Pikachu back
You
in
really
the day.
think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Motherfucker, I forgot to put that in the thumbnail. I was going to put that in, put him in the thumbnail. Fuck you! Oh! Ah!
This clip has been so overused. Holy shit.
Oh, but I love
Yep.
it. I mean, I understand why. I actually love
Yeah.
this. Oops.
It's perfect.
Like,
but
I-
also hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Major
reason is
hypocrite.
ultimately engagement. The algorithm on YouTube, and honestly the internet at large, rewards engagement. The longer you stay on something, the better it is. The more you click on it, the better it is. What keeps someone engaged? New reasons to be emotionally invested, either to be angry or to be frustrated or justified in your own
or happy
before coming to.
There was a whole
or
thing
validated.
popping off. There's a whole thing popping off on Twitter just this last week about you might have seen something. I quote tweeted it recently. This one girl put in her art for other VTubers to critique, and they just shat on her. And now the original girl is getting a wave of new support. That video, that like tweet is popping off with millions of views. Where's all the hate and frustration? Man, we're all just supporting her.
Yeah, because like we all like being angry at times. We also like supporting people around us. There's this whole thing in the human genome that forms things called communities. It's like pre-programmed into us as animals. Like we like positivity.
We're biologically required to support one another.
Which is a good thing, usually. Yes. But, like, fact of the matter is, you are already on the right track. Engagement, things that cause elicits any sort of emotion can create great, well-viewed videos. You know what I mean? Like, people watch true crime shit all the fucking time.
Do you want to know one of the most disgusting things I discovered? I think it was on Saturday. We were doing some...
Is it Spider-Man X Elsa?
No, though that is disgusting. This is like legitimately something that made me just want to vomit. I was looking on YouTube trying to look up an old volume of Fixing Ruby for reference for a reference point, and I went to my YouTube tab for Celtic Phoenix, and it had a bunch of my recommended, a bunch of my subscriptions, but one of the videos on there was not from any channel I was subscribed to. It was just one that was in recommended. It had 14 million views, and all it was a time lapse of a dead cat's corpse being ridden by flies.
Oh my god.
It was one of the most repulsive things I've ever seen put on the internet. I did not click on it because why would I want to fucking watch that? And it made me question, why would 14 million people want to watch that?
Okay.
I guess.
Morbid curiosity.
Yeah. Like, it's not like it's another negative emotion, but it's not anger. It's probably sadness or disgust or curiosity. Like, there's any number of reasons that people would want to click on a video.
On a lighter side, you know what's something that's huge right now?
What?
The Amazing Digital Circus. And I guarantee people aren't flooding to the Amazing Digital Circus's 2 episodes of animation to hate on it, and because there's so much to hate and to be angry about. Because they enjoy it. Well, there's always that's the thing. There's no absolute. This is a Sith. He is dealing with absolutes. And
sure. Yeah.
From
my perspective, these YouTubers are evil.
There's no absolute with any of this, and so I hate how he's trying to talk like all forms of this is one way or the other, and that's very annoying.
It really isn't.
This is why you usually see a lot of 2 kinds of reviews on YouTube. Concise and straightforward reviews that make a point and then end, or the massive sprawling videos that go on for hours and hours and hours and end, sometimes longer than the source material itself.
Yes.
Who cares?
Yeah.
No.
Because there's actually a term for this, isn't there? Did we discuss this at some point, or was it somewhere else?
Brandolini's law.
Brandolini's law.
Brandolini's law. Because it's the law, basically, it takes way more time to break down a bunch of bullshit, misinformation, but bullshit. Let's be honest, that's the actual term. It takes way more time to break down bullshit than it takes to actually make it in the first place. It's sort of the argument representation of like the lies and the truth thing.
By the time a lie is already halfway around the world, the shoe has barely gotten on its. The truth has barely gotten on its shoes. Like that's
there.
That's
you go.
There
you go. Like it's easy to lie about something, Anthony, or to make a bad piece of media, Anthony. But I think you can agree broadly, it can take way more time to actually break down on what level it is actually good or bad.
That doesn't even account for my first episode review for Legend of Korra is longer than the episode itself, but that's because I have my end credits where I name off my $10 patrons, and then also I have my intro where I establish the concept of what this video series is going to be. So of course, even if I just spent as much time talking about the show as there was the episode, there's gonna be longer. To argue that because something's longer than its source material that makes it worse is so bananas and asinine.
Holy shit! My very first video on my channel about Ruby versus the Aesops fight was probably freaking 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops. My video was a 30-minute breakdown, 3 times that motherfucker.
It's very simple to conceptualize this. It's very easy to say. How much time does it take for someone to walk across the room? To walk one step, to turn. Like this, you start to realize this when you write scripts or when you write in narrative. Describing motion, describing the intricacies of it in detail, takes up a lot more time and space than it does to quickly visualize and enact them. And because if you're being thorough in your criticism, you're going to want to lay out exactly what it is that's happening on screen so you can be precise when something happens. Because it might not be the first step that's the problem, it might be the second and third, but not the fourth. So you have to go through the steps of, oh, the first step was fine because this character beat this plot reason. But 2 and 3, well, she stepped into a puddle of lava. She should be burning alive right now. But then the fourth, when she presumably somehow gets out of that alive, well, I guess she's fine, but she should be in crippling pain. Like the idea that describing something and then analyzing it would somehow be the exact same amount of length is ludicrous to me.
That's
really it's also hypocritical and ironic that he's sitting here bitching about long critique videos when his video is 48 fucking minutes long. And we're sitting here wishing it was longer so he could give proper context to all the random clips he's giving.
Not only that, but you made freaking live streams about Lily Orchard's video. You're responding to Lily Orchard's 6-hour-long video about freaking Pokemon, and you're doing it in multiple parts, which means it's probably gonna be much longer than the video itself.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so disingenuous. And I'm surprised. I mean, I imagine that's probably why he chose Aeneas Arkeesian. Because to dunk on EFAP. I'm surprised you didn't go after Mahler for this, but you know why you probably couldn't? Because Mahler is fucking thorough, and he is very hard to take out of context without looking like an idiot.
That's why he dunked on you, and that's why you were so mad when he critiqued you on EFAP. But guess what, dude? I'm not going to insult you the way that he did, okay? Because that's some of the things I do have a problem with his content, especially on EFAP. We are detailing the facts. If you have a problem with anything that I said, call me up. You got my Twitter. You know where I am.
Well, actually, that's the thing. It's like, I think Mahler would also be open to having a conversation about that shit.
Oh, yes. It's just that this guy does not want to do it because he doesn't think it's worth it, which, hey, his choice, but his reasons for that is just
I doubt you've made it through this stream, Anthony. I bet you probably clicked off early on, but if you didn't, you know what? Invitation extended. You are more 100%. Than welcome to come on and defend yourself and defend your point. And you know what? I think people will be able to take your side in some regard if you were just honest with us.
If you just bother to explain yourself.
Yeah, you know what'd be great? I would love for us to go through the examples you provided early on in this video and actually understand what you were trying to say with them.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to hear the context, and I would love to hear what you mean exactly in those contexts.
Yes.
Great bar. So I did ask him if he said he would debate with Mahler. I think he would do a chat with you guys. Oh, neat, nifty. We'll see.
Well, I wouldn't mind. My doors are definitely open.
Yeah.
So,
like, let's be very clear. This is you in the past. and like this is you having done this weeks ago. Us being angry at you in the past does not mean we hate you as a person. We think you've been critically wrong on several things. Like we're talking like levels of complete abject failure, but there's always the point of if you open the dialogue, there's always a chance that either you will understand something more or potentially we will understand something more by having a conversation about it. And the fact that you would reach out would greatly rehabilitate what has happened in this video. And it would prevent you from being a hypocrite, because one of the things you complain about is people not
admitting when they're wrong.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I would love for you to just explain to me who are the people that you're talking about that only talk about or care about the plot. Because I can't think of anybody like that.
Unless it's Chris Stuckman.
Unless it's Chris Stuckman, yeah.
But Chris Stuckman is a whole can of worms.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's try and get to
Spineless
the
coward.
natural conclusion of our little of this arc of this video.
Long-form reviews are very entertaining if you get the right people working on them. Or, at the very least, they're the kind of thing you can listen to while doing other work. I mean, you can tune in, and you can follow along very well. I'm sure some of you are doing that with this video right now.
Is
When I was
that
in college, I
how
wrote
you consume
essays.
most content, and that's why you're making these videos?
It'd be interesting if you second screened a lot of these videos and you missed incredible amounts of context.
I think the thing he's trying to boil it down, but not admit, is he's trying to say, if you agree with it, it can be a great video. But if you don't agree with it, it's bad. That's
Which
all
is
it
really,
matters.
really stupid. Like, there are a lot of things I disagree with. I think there's this long video, extremely long video about Kingdom Hearts 3. But I absolutely liked the video. I liked the way it was presented, even if I don't really agree with it, because it was presented really fucking well.
One of my favorites is Egoraptor's sequelitis video about Ocarina of Time versus Link's Awakening. And I don't agree with him at all. I very much disagree with him. But it's a great video. And it's a longer one, too.
And
because while I don't agree with him, I see the point of his argument. And it makes it very interesting to consider things from a different perspective.
Yeah, he opened my eyes to a lot of the issues that I had just never considered with that game because I had never looked at the game critically. And I think he, like the Z targeting and the issues they have with that, like he brings up some interesting points about like the back and forth nature of the combat in that game. I find that so fascinating, especially because like there's the partial analysis of how timeless it is versus something like Link to the Past. Like he's trying to argue where all that goes. I find that just interesting stuff. Like maybe if you agree with him, maybe if you don't agree with him, it doesn't matter. It starts a good conversation, and I think he recognizes that.
We'll listen to Red Letter Media's Star Wars reviews.
Star Wars The Phantom Menace was the most disappointing thing since my son.
However, to keep audiences engaged
Such a
and
good
for longer, what a lot of reviewers resort to is hyper-emphasizing the negative. Finding new things to critique every 5 seconds. Focus on a new plot hole. Focus on a new cliche.
I feel like this is actually going into the new section.
It is.
Finally.
All right, so we'll call that there since we're running up on 4 hours now.
Yeah.
He didn't even make it halfway.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, admittedly, half of this stream was us stopping and being like, "Why are you referencing this person?"
Yeah.
Thankfully, this
Yeah.
time I think we're focusing on just cowards. Well, I'm sorry, Critter likes to sleep. I
It's true.
have other things I need to get done, like doing a response to a completely unrelated video to this. So my brain power needs to go towards that. And Twilight needs to play Kingdom Hearts with people. So
Well, no, we're done with Kingdom Hearts. I mean, Fat Man might want to watch me fail at defeating the Lingering Will, but
What's the next game you're playing? Something cool?
I don't think that we've decided if we were gonna continue on with that or not, because it was just
Play
supposed
Dark
to be
Souls.
me.
Oh,
my
God.
gosh! Oh gosh, I'm scared.
A demon just popped in to say that.
Who was that?
it was just supposed to be me showing Fat Man the story of Kingdom Hearts, and I'm supposed to do it with Tom as well at some point, but I don't know. Because he hasn't messaged me back on that.
Axerman says, could you guys have watched the whole video and then dissected it bit by bit? I think the guy is more coherent if we let him go through all of his stuff. We have given him his chance. I do not think he is
seriously.
Yeah,
like
no.
Nothing that he says in any way coherent, dude.
Like you gotta take the clauses as they come. We've let him get away with paragraphs of text, and they have made zero sense.
Yeah. Also, it's like it'd be like if I was like, "Oh, but watch this whole 4-hour-long video first. Get all the way through all 4 hours before you come to your conclusion."
Also, critique it bit by bit. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I gotta.
What?
I guess since he reminded us, Kingdom Hearts is dropping on Steam in 2 days. I should go pre-order that or buy it.
Yeah,
and then maybe I can do a Kingdom Hearts stream with you guys. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh,
the first one?
Oh, any of them.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to play through the first Kingdom Hearts again at some point soon.
The first Kingdom Hearts has one of my favorite moments in a video game. It's when Sora meets Goofy and Donald, and Goofy and Donald help calm him down and talk to him in a level-headed manner. And I was like, that's weird for Goofy and Donald. And then I was like, no, it's not. They're fathers. That makes perfect sense.
Donald's an uncle. That's not exactly the same thing.
Father. There's an asterisk.
that honestly, that moment felt to me like it's one of those beating heart moments of the series.
Also, I like how it kind of turned into a sort of thing with Sora in KH3 that became kind of a little bit detrimental to Sora in the end.
Good night, Pete. Hope you have a good stream.
Night, Pete.
See, Great Bar, I gotta go to sleep, but I'll see other people have to go to sleep. This is part of the reason.
See?
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta go to sleep,
me.
but will you possibly do more of this video or just another? Also forgot to ask, did you see recommend of Lily's story based show vids?
Oh, wait, no. I think she said, I remember this. I think it's the video that's called Here's Why Your Story-Based Video Sucks.
Yeah, I
also,
want to do a reaction
comment
to that.
took you long enough. We're about to end the stream.
But yeah, no.
Octopus and squid. Nice.
Damn, share some, bro.
Yeah, we'll be getting to the art here shortly. But yeah, this was
yeah, we'll have to do the second half of this video next week.
Yeah, we'll continue this next week, and I'll try to remember to put what's his face in the actual thumbnail, the rabbit from Arthur, who I can't remember the name of.
Yeah, Buster. What's his
Buster.
face?
Buster.
Put some
Buster.
respect
To be fair, I
Buster's name.
I didn't really grow up watching Arthur all that much, so it's one of those ones.
So
where,
what you're telling us is that you didn't have a childhood. Okay.
Hey, look, I played putt-putt on the PC at the library. Look, I had a childhood.
Barely.
My childhood was Kingdom Hearts, man.
Okay, that's fair enough. You'll get the pass this time.
All right,
I suppose.
Let's show off some of the brand new art, shall we?
Oh yeah,
so much of it.
Yeah. I'm glad that that Manga Common came back, because now we can show the art of him.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect timing, dog.
So here we go. Me trying to find the share button. Obviously, I did not look very thoroughly. I think it's because it was labeled invite, not share. I'm just like, it wasn't that little swoopy arrow. Come on.
Gotta make it sound more fanciful.
This is a betrayal by Watch Together or something like that.
Yeah, Watch Together betrayed me.
Jesus. The biggest plot twist.
That's the next story. After TeddyBearPaladin is the betrayal of Watch Together in Twilight.
Chronosphere with the seductive pie. Giving me a mouth with the beak for a nose. That just looks wrong.
Very, very Disney.
You almost look like an Undertale character.
Yes.
Here's our dear friend Anthe here, who is just snipping context out of everything.
Who needs that?
That's
It's so the most frustrating thing. I could see where he could make a really good point, but he is shooting himself in the foot at every single step of the way by removing all the context or not adding enough of it.
Yeah.
Twilight, I need you to find the difference between these two YouTubers. They're the same person. Also, why are you so tall?
It's because he's like made of 80% leg.
Manga common, here we go. No,
Yeah,
God,
buddy.
please, no. No.
And just Crow's just there smiling.
Not even doing anything wrong, just being there.
It's absolutely wonderful.
Just getting his get back. It's like that scene with Kevin where Kevin's all like, listen, you gotta treat a car like you treat a woman. And just Ben has this shitty grin on his face.
It's like, go on. It's like, no. I sense I've made a mistake somehow. Keltris. Kelfie as the Moltres.
Oh,
It's
Video and
perfect.
Crow's in the works. That'll be fun.
I've never had a bad opinion ever. Kaiser's X-Men opinions. Yeah, totally.
It was one time, okay?
I just like how you DM'd me to ask like how you should go about with the argument, and then I had to like sit you down and be like, okay, let me just give you an example here about why this is a bad take of yours.
God, nothing is more soul crushing than being told how wrong you are, and then you realize how wrong you are, and you're like, damn it, oh man, I had a
but it's not
completely
like- it was a
different
back
idea.
and forth, really. We were just
Yeah, it
talking
was.
through what it was, and I'm like, okay, that seems to be legit. I admit when I'm wrong, Anthony, and most of these creators do. But fuck
Speaking
it,
of
at that point.
Yeah.
Speaking of talking, we have Kaiser here making a point, and everyone else getting completely lost in it.
Okay.
Like
I
a
really
dictionary, my
wanted to
dude.
do a I'ma let you finish, but
Okay, I kind of got carried away there because when I hear people who say, "Oh, it's all about the feels and shit." Here's the bit. All of the verbiage I was saying doesn't matter. Here's the real point. These people don't believe it, or at the very least, if they truly do believe that is the most important part in their own hearts, they do such an incredibly bad job arguing for it.
I like this picture because I'm huge. Giant. This probably
You're
was
the
gonna be one.
tallest out of
If we ever meet IRL, I feel like this will be accurate. I am massive.
Really? How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
oh.
Oh,
You're okay.
Raven and I are the same
higher
height, so not quite
Yeah.
accurate, but
Everyone I ever went to school with was always shorter than me. And I'm also, as my mother put it, built like a linebacker, so I'm broad as hell too.
Well, don't
Okay, so
worry,
you're
Joe
about,
Cat
like,
still
a
loves
foot
you.
higher than me.
Yes.
I cannot believe the fucking shit that man gets for just expressing, I like girls.
I know,
I like
right?
women.
Oh my god.
It's like, what the
I
fuck,
don't know.
people?
I feel like here's the thing. I feel like when it comes to the
loved
internet,
that
it's
video.
just yeah, me too. When
It
it
was such
comes to the internet, especially on Twitter, and especially with this moment, the way I see how people reacted to Joe Cat and that whole shit and what happened recently, it's the same way as I feel about how people throw shade at artists and musicians who are like kind of corny or sultry with like their music and stuff like that. being genuine is treated as cringe sometimes. And honestly, the best advice I could give Joe Cat is to just fucking ignore it. Especially the people that are saying that he's like a weirdo behind closed doors with no evidence. Like, they have no fucking evidence. Why are you responding
It
to these
just
people?
screams of the insecurity of those people. That they would see such a genuine moment and immediately assume something is wrong because that's their usual mentality of something being different.
I love Joe Cat because I know that even if nobody ends up loving me, I know Joe Cat will love me.
100%.
Yes, let's make Joe Cat like you remember those like positivity posters that they would post all over the school?
Yeah.
Remember, Joe Cat loves you.
Remember, Joe Cat loves you.
Yeah, exactly.
and just paste his head over a picture of Jesus. Like doing the arm spread light coming from the heart thing.
I love his D&D classes videos. Those were really great and really helped me get into the mindset of like a lot of these mechanics and stuff.
God damn it. I was so going to send them to Twilight when we were doing D&D, and then
you can still do it.
It just flushed from my brain. That's why I drink. This is why I drink, because my brain's too loud. I can't focus.
I still need to send you the cut up clips from my novel with Aisling and Wicca. I keep thinking about that. I even opened up the thing. I just haven't clipped them out and saved them to send to you. It's been 2 weeks.
We're terrible.
Now we may not be lying YouTubers, but we're definitely forgetful.
Yes.
Oh my god, Chronosphere.
Is there more art?
Oh my god, no, why?
No.
And the best part is, she's your cousin. Oh god!
Ohana means family.
No! Dude, if Ben Diskin, the voice actor for Stitch, was here, he would honestly be impressed, I feel like.
Yeah.
That's why.
He's also #1 in Codename Kim's Next Door and
the
Joseph
reason why I
Joestar.
do this voice so good is because I really liked Cactar and Tonberry from
This is so good.
Oh, you can maintain the laugh too. That's perfect.
It's actually one of the easier voices for me to do at this rate. But Crazy Boris, that was the YouTuber. He used to be on Newgrounds. I mean, he's still on Newgrounds, but he's not on YouTube. He does Ocho Octavio, the eighth Night of 8. It's a comedy. It's a comedy animated series that he just pioneers on his own. But he used to have Cactar and Tonberry, where Cactar would
always have this kind of voice and like, hey Tonberry, we need to go to the TV store. I kind of blew up the TV. Yeah. I guess our ride is time to take the 1948 Pinto.
You sound like a character from Smiling Friends.
Dude, there's an abridged series that uses that voice. I'm gonna send it to you.
I was just wondering if maybe you would like to come to my place and smoke some weed and fill our bellies with Diet Cola while we play Burnout Revenge on the PS2. I fucking love Smiling Friends so much.
It's perfect. Oh my god, I need to see the second season, but I'm so stuck watching Delicious in Dungeon
It's
right
gonna
now.
end soon.
I know.
What am I gonna do with my life?
Wait, second
I'm
season's already
19,
coming to an
I'm
end?
19 episodes in. I love it.
Delicious in Dungeon is the English
Is
version.
the English name.
I've been watching the English version. I keep calling it Dungeon Meshi because it's shorter, and my dumb brain just doesn't move fast enough.
Yeah, what you think? Dungeon Meshi is coming to an end soon?
Yeah, I think it has only one episode left. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh really? Oh god, I hope it gets season
it's
2.
23 episodes.
God, I hope
it's most definitely gonna get it.
Did you move the screen back to us, or are you still sitting on Discord?
I completely blanked on that because I was doing the Stitch voice and we were talking and. Look, I'm very good at it, but I can't juggle too many things at once. But But yeah, no, like I cannot wait for like I want more of Dungeon, and it's already finished. I know the manga's finished, so I know if they get a second season or a third season, I don't know how many seasons they're going to need, they can finish the story. Like it's actually reasonable.
They have gotten a second season, and it's in production.
Yes!
Good shit.
Yes!
Good shit. It absolutely deserves it.
Because I love hearing the story of that she rushed to finish the manga. She did apparently a good job too, because I don't hear anyone complaining about it. But she actually rushed to finish the manga so she could go play Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah!
like her and the writer of Free Rent are on the same page with that.
Yeah.
It's like, you know that someone loves that shit. But yeah, okay, so that's the stream for today, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us. Is there anything that anyone wants to shout out first?
I got a video in the works involving World Trigger that I should be done with this month. Also, next week, either this week or next week, I'm going to have another live stream on the channel, so stay tuned for that. This time, I'll be responding to a Lily Orchard video, just as requested.
I actually have my video in the works. It's finally getting done. The my own Lily Orchard reply video. I'm excited for it to be done because I want to be over with this and work on something else. I am so behind Critter. I haven't even started on the animation challenge.
There's only a few weeks, months.
I know. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it done.
There's only a few meeks left. Too many, not enough meeks.
I might have to postpone it till next year.
Damn. Well, whatever ends up happening happens.
Yeah, I could always like send you whatever I get done, and then be like, I'll finish this for the next challenge next week.
Hell yeah. My turn. I released the announcement for Ruby Reversed Fates.
Yes!
Hooray!
Yes, that's this Friday. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
It's the first episode. If you're a patron, it comes out on Thursday, the 13th. If you're not, it's going to be on YouTube the next day, the 14th, this Friday. I'm very excited for you all to see.
Yeah.
And I still got a lot of things cooking in the background, though I am through I mentioned this at the beginning, I am through my initial watch through of the video I'm reacting to for the MHA. So Lord knows I'm going to be gunning it to the end because like I've been actually working on it at a pretty fair clip. I just got to refine the scripts now and make sure I have all my dots and I's crossed and T'd.
Yep.
In that order. So yeah, look forward to that probably sometime within the next month. I don't want to make any hard promises. Also, I think within the next month, I think a little over that, I'll be hosting a panel for Summer of RWBY where I talk about basically fixing Ruby and its history and development, that sort of thing. Just kind of doing a little bit of a retrospective on how far this project has come and where it's going to go. So look forward to that. It's, I believe, July 15th at 4 p.m., I want to say. So yeah, go over to the Summer of RWBY YouTube channel. I don't have a link to it on hand, but yeah, go check that out and check out all the other Summer of RWBY stuff that's going to be going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
I joined Summer of RWBY because I was like, I want Ruby Reverse Fates to be done by summer. But then I was like, I don't know if I'm actually going to have it ready by then. And then I didn't put in any official numbers, and now it's ready by summer, so.
Hell yeah. But yeah, tonight's stream was really fun, guys. Thank you all so much for coming.
I can't wait to get to the rest of this video. Like, there's so
Me neither, man.
We're at, remember, everyone in chat and everyone I'm going to write it down too, but we're at 17 minutes, so we'll pick up there.
17 minutes. Yeah, exactly 17 minutes, really.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, we're at the start of a new section.
And we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Bye.
Bye-bye.